So seeing that we have a quorum, I'm going to go ahead and call back to order this meeting of the Sac City Unified Board of Education. We're going to begin with our Pledge of Allegiance, which will be read this evening by our superintendent.
Sure. Thank you. And I'll stand. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Next, we're going on to item 4.2, our broadcast statement, which will be read by our student board member. Do we have student board member Sheikh on with us right now? I don't currently see him.
I don't see him either, but President Ryan, in his absence, if you'd like, I'd be happy to read the statement.
That would be fine. Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air on Monday, November 9th at noon and Wednesday, November 11th at 6 p.m. and also webcast at www.satmetrocable.tv. The public has been given the opportunity to address the board through public comment, either by submitting comments, which are posted on our website, or by speaking during the meeting. Members of the public were also provided the opportunity to speak to the board during the meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak during the meeting submitted a speaker form by noon today and were sent a link to participate. When it's your turn to provide comment, we will call on you to provide comment orally. Your video will not be on. Please always limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item number 4.3, the COVID Cares recognition. Tonight, we will be recognizing teachers from the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project, and I'm going to have the opportunity to turn it over to Vice President Pritchett in a moment. I do want to just say that the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project has been an extraordinary bright spot in Sacramento City Unified School District for many years. We are proud to be the recipient of a Golden Bell Award for the extraordinary and heroic efforts of teachers throughout the district to build meaningful relationships with families by going to their homes, understanding their hopes and dreams for their children, and thus better serving them in the classroom. Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. I could have said that better. And before I read off the names, I just want to remind everyone, November is Family Engagement Month. So I hope that you're reaching out to your school sites, you're finding ways that the schools are helping engaging with our families as well. And as you know, as a board member, I also worked as a board member on the National Parent-Teacher Home Visits since its conception. And I want to say, just kind of give them some props. Since the pandemic, our teachers have pivoted to doing online home visits, which is just amazing. And in fact, I'm happy to report that since last year, educators from around the nation have conducted more than 45,000 home visits, which is just astonishing work. So we should all be proud of the work that's being done. So with that, I'd like to recognize several teachers and counselors throughout our district. From Golden Empire, we'd like to recognize Carla Randozzo, a kindergarten teacher, Derek Turner, PE teacher, Mike Mitchell, a kindergarten teacher, and Margot Stedall, a kindergarten teacher. From Edward Kimball, Maria Galarza, Spanish immersion teacher, Patricia Arellano, Spanish immersion teacher, Emmanuel Gutierrez, Spanish immersion teacher, first grade, Isel Vargas, a Spanish immersion teacher, first grade. From Albert Einstein, Miss Judy O'Sullivan, counselor, Michael Kersey, math teacher. And from Rosemont High School, Miss Cheshua Beckett, Rosemont High School, and Eric Beckett from Rosemont High School. thank you all for your work, and I truly appreciate you being out in our community and helping our families.
Thank you so much, Member Pritchett. And again, thank you to our outstanding educators for doing this very difficult work day in, day out. Item 4.4, our stellar student. This evening, we have the opportunity to recognize Samantha Underwood, a first grade student at Martin Luther King Jr. School, K-8, and that recognition will be delivered by Board Member Wu.
President Ryan, if I can just interject for a couple of minutes here. We do have in the meeting Ms. Gretchen Biglione, who oversees the parent-teacher home visit program, and just want to offer her the opportunity to say a few words as our staff member who leads this wonderful program. And before she does that, President Ryan, I know that Member Pritchett is too modest to announce this, but I learned that last month, and maybe Ms. Biglione can speak more about the details. Member Pritchett received an award from the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Program for her long-standing commitment to this effort starting many, many years ago. So congratulations, Member Pritchett. But Ms. Biglione, if you can also say a few words about this wonderful program and give any details about the award that was presented to Member Pritchett.
Thank you so much. Yes, congratulations, Member Pritchett. It's been so wonderful to have you both on our board here in Sac City, as well as with the National Parent Home Visits, and just knowing that you're always there in our corner supporting. And it was really exciting. I didn't even realize it till you were speaking about how many schools we got to honor that are actually in your area. And that was honestly quite by coincidence. So it just shows that, you know, the awards are rightfully given to honor your work and your commitment, and exciting to see all the work happening in that corner of our district. So thank you. I'm just really grateful for this opportunity to honor the teachers. Sac City actually partnered with the National Parent Teacher Home Visit program, as well as Elk Grove Unified School District, to develop the online version of home visits, which are called Bridge Visits. And in the last couple months, our teachers and staff have done over 3 times the normal amount of visits they would have done in the past couple years under the Bridge Visits model. And the response from both families and educators has just been phenomenal. So it was really a wonderful opportunity to share those educators with you tonight, many of whom are also just as dedicated to the in-person home visits. And I think that through this pandemic, we've really been able to reflect on how important relationships really are to the work that we do every single day. And so it was really a great opportunity to be able to bring this to Sac City, and this program has been in Sac City since 1998. And so to sort of restore Sac City as the place where our program was born and raised to its proper glory through the Bridge Visits has been awesome. So thank you, board, for letting us recognize those teachers.
And thank you, Gretchen, for the work you've done to be so nimble and responsive in this very difficult COVID time. I think it's a testament to the leadership of the entire parent-teacher home visit project team that you have been able to do that virtually overnight.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Ryan. We can continue then with Member Wu.
So Member Wu, we are moving on to our stellar student recognition, and I know that you'll be leading this recognition in honor of Samantha Underwood.
Yes, so Samantha Underwood, can you hear me? Yeah, is a first grade student at Martin Luther King K-8 school. She was referred to the Learning Hub due to being unable to attend Zoom on a daily basis. Her mom had mentioned that she was having problems getting on Zoom, and they were struggling to have Samantha be in front of the computer screen. So Samantha was very uncomfortable, and her mom would put her on for less than 15 to 30 minutes at a time. Her teacher scheduled one-on-one Zoom sessions after hours so that she would get used to the format, and then tried to extend her time on Zoom each day. Getting her to articulate and participate was emotional for Samantha and her mom. Once she attended the Learning Hub, however, she now participates each day on Zoom. She raises her hand and continues to move forward each day. She is more vocal, participates daily, and when working with her in small groups, she lets her teacher know that her other group members' Chromebooks are losing battery, and she raises her hand to help others in the hub. Since entering the Learning Hub, Samantha has focused and learns more each day in a class of 24 scholars. Congratulations to Samantha Underwood.
Congratulations, Samantha. And do we have Samantha or her parents with us this evening?
President Ryan, I don't see her, but we do have our principal at MLK, Ms. Faye Sharp. Oh, there, yeah, maybe we do. We can't hear you, Ms. Sharp.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much. On behalf of Samantha and her mom, we're working on getting her in. I'm sorry. But on behalf of them, thank you so very much. The Learning Hub has just been a godsend for this family and for so many others. So thank you so much for the Learning Hub staff. Thank you for the fact that this Learning Hub is at our school and at several of the schools. It's been, as I said, a godsend for so many students. So thank you so very much. And thank you, Samantha, for doing just an incredible job. We appreciate you.
I have to say, Samantha, it is so heartwarming to hear that you're thriving at a Learning Hub and that you're loving school with the support that you're receiving. And I want to thank Ms. Sharp, because I know that as we've launched our Learning Hubs, it wouldn't be possible without the Herculean efforts of principals and site leaders like yourself, and that you leaned into this work, and you leaned into this work because you knew children like Samantha were hurting and needed the additional support. And I'm so grateful that you have stepped up in a major way to ensure that Samantha and other children like her continue to have their learning needs met.
Thank you.
And I want to say thank you also. Thank you, Ms. Faye Sharp.
Thank you.
Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
Yes, Madam President, one announcement out of closed session. This is a special education settlement. The board previously approved this agreement, but this is a modification to the same agreement. And it's OAH case 2020-040-567. By a unanimous vote, the board also approved this modified settlement agreement. That is the announcements out of closed session, Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion and a second?
So move.
Second.
And I see a board member show of hands for all those in favor. Aye.
Aye.
The motion unanimously carries. Item 7.0, special presentation. 7.1 is approve the request for waiver of a budget review committee. And we will be having a discussion led by our CBO, Rose Ramos, on this topic.
Thank you, President Ryan. If I can just introduce the topic, just a reminder to the board and to our community, this is actually an item that first initially appeared in consent. And at the board's request, we are bringing it back to a board discussion for an action item based on the presentation that Ms. Ramos is going to be leading for the next few minutes, and then look forward to public comments as well as questions from our board members. I have asked Superintendent Dave Gordon to make himself available, and I think he's got some of his team members also for any questions that board members might have once our staff provide our recommendation to the board. So with that, I'll defer to and ask Ms. Ramos to start her portion of this item.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, President Ryan and board members. As Superintendent stated, I will be sharing some information on the Budget Review Committee. And I apologize, I have my camera off, but my internet connection is such if I turn it on, I risk then getting disconnected. So what we'll be presenting to you tonight is just a little bit of an overview of the Budget Review Committee, some timelines, and then some really good questions that we were asked about the Budget Review Committee and the whole process, and sharing those responses with you as well. Next slide, please. So this is a timeline of the budget events for this year, and I'm just going to take you through this board. You are already familiar with these dates, but just for the public's information. On June 25th, the board adopted the district's budget for 2021, and we submitted to SCOE, of course, right after. On August 4th, we received notification from SCOE that our budget was disapproved. It was not a surprise to us. We were aware of this because of our deficit situation and our inability, based on our projections, to meet our 2% required reserve in all 3 years. So we were also instructed, as usual, to submit a revised budget by October 8th, which we did. It was presented to the board on October 1st, and it was approved, and then submitted to SCOE. And then again, the same thing happens. We get that budget disapproved on, and we receive notification on October 28th. And so from that point, we don't necessarily turn in another revised budget, just in that same other format, but instead we either have to form the Budget Review Committee or waive the Budget Review Committee. And in prior years, the 2 prior years, the district has opted to waive the Budget Review Committee, and I will go into those details shortly. So then the timeline for that is that by November 8th, the waiver is due to the Department of Education. And then along with that, then the district is plan and try to develop a balanced budget by December 31st to submit to SCOE. Then on November 19th, what we plan to do is share with a board a fiscal recovery plan, which we will present at that meeting. And then hopefully the board will approve this at the December 10th, 2020 board meeting, which will satisfy that December 31st deadline. Now, if we go the route of the Budget Review Committee, the Budget Review Committee has to submit their plan by November 30th, or they have to disapprove the budget by November 30th. And I'll go into those details shortly. So a little bit of different timeline. So this is our timeline with respect to including the Budget Review Committee in this in this schedule. So next slide, please. So background on the district's Budget Review Committee waivers. As I mentioned earlier, we've done this twice before. We approved one back in 2018 for the 18-19 budget, and then again in 2019 for the 19-20 budget. Next slide, please. So what is the purpose and the process of the Budget Review Committee? The Budget Review Committee is convened in about 10 days following our decision, the board's decision not to waive the committee. So the purpose and the process is that the Budget Review Committee will review the district's budget, fiscal policies, and then transmit by November 30th one of the following. The recommendation that the budget that they've come up with be approved, or report disapproving the budget with additional recommendations. Perhaps, I'm not familiar with the Budget Review Committee, but I'm guessing in the second part is that they were not able to achieve in that case a balanced budget. And so, but there are some recommendations. So in the next slide, please. So additional questions. Why continue to recommend to waive a Budget Review Committee? What factors beyond the reasons listed in the waiver are considered in the recommendation to waive? A Budget Review Committee is usually not helpful for several reasons. The first one is the tight timeline. As you saw in that earlier slide, after the board takes action to go ahead and opt for a Budget Review Committee, the district has 10 days to go ahead and convene this Budget Review Committee, assemble a team. And we have to, and we missed the November 8th deadline, of course, to submit to the to CDE the waiver. And then after those 10 days, but no later than November 30th, the Budget Review Committee needs to arrive at one of those two options I listed in the previous slide, either come up with some recommendations to balance the budget or disapprove the budget because it was not able to do so. So it's a very, very tight turnaround time that the Budget Review Committee has to go through this whole process. So the short timeline would probably give the district the same results, and probably not, the quality wouldn't be, as great. because we've already been through several reviews, as you know, through FICMAP and the state audit, SCOE, and our rating agencies have already examined our budget several times so that we could identify any other areas that we've not considered in the past, or to identify any improvements that we need to make. So now the Budget Review Committee has even a shorter time span to pour through all these documents and arrive at, you know, a different solution, which most likely would not occur. Not impossible, but, you know, highly unlikely. Next slide, please. So again, just some additional comments here. That the District Review Committee, the Budget Review Committee would not be helpful for these additional reasons. The district could prepare its own fiscal recovery plan with better data. And what we mean by that is that we are more familiar with the information and can quickly assess the cost of some of these items, or quickly say, no, you know, that item cannot be considered because it's a compliance item and it cannot be considered for a reduction. And the district is already doing that. Our team has been working on this for several months now in collaboration with SCOE, and the district is planning to present the fiscal recovery plan at the November 19th board meeting. And in addition to that, there was a recent FICMAT review that was done. They came back to review the district's budget, and we've poured through that data, and those recommendations will also be incorporated into the district's fiscal recovery plan, which we'll share on the 19th. So a study by a budget review committee, should that be the option, would require, of course, an incredible amount of work for staff here. And what would happen there is that staff would then, as you know, we have very limited staff resources, would be redirected to assisting this budget review committee in gathering all the data and assisting them in understanding the budget and taking staff away from other critical tasks like working on the fiscal recovery plan, like working on the first interim, which is due next month. And we're also undergoing our independent audit at the same time, in addition to numerous other tasks. So this is one of the other reasons why this is not helpful at this point. Next slide, please. And so the other question was, question 4, under what circumstances would the County Office of Education and district staff recommend not to waive a budget review committee? And in checking with SCOE and some of our contacts over at CDE, there are not many reasons. In recent history, from our understanding, this has only happened one time. So there's not very many examples that we can draw from to say that this is a good option for the district or something similar to Sac City's situation. And then the language in the law doesn't really allow for this process to be that successful, only because of the very short timeline, as I shared with you. After that November 8th, then this budget review committee goes into high gear to try to hurry up and review the budget documents and come up with a plan in a matter of really of just about 3 weeks, which is very, very challenging. But it might be useful in kind of, stepping back and saying, okay, what situation would a budget review committee possibly be helpful for? Maybe a small district with one issue that could be accomplished in just a couple of weeks. And having worked in a very tiny district, I could think of one thing that might impact a district perhaps could be a project that is going to end its restricted funding or some funding source. And should the district continue along in funding that and sustaining that program, that might tip the district into, a fiscal situation that would not be healthy. And in that case, you might want to go ahead and bring in a budget review committee to assist that small district in reviewing that and either coming up with some other options to sustain this program or this expense, or perhaps to help identify how do we transition out of this and slowly relieve the district of this future obligation. And again, I'm just guessing because we don't have any, experiences to draw from and share with you. But in this case, just based on my experience in the small district, I could think of like one project that could definitely have tipped over, that district should it, had it not been careful in really evaluating new expenditures, large ones especially. Next slide, please. So because, and this is another question, because this is an addition and this is the waiver, the budget review committee, this is an addition to a fiscal advisor. What are some additional benefits and disadvantages of a budget review committee? And the same thing I just repeated. A small district with a singular issue might benefit from this, but the disadvantages are pretty similar to what I've listed already. That tight timeline makes the results very rushed and probably not as thorough. And again, because the county disapproves our readopted budget by the 8th, and the budget review committee is convened in about 10 days. So it doesn't mean that it will be convened immediately after our budget is disapproved. They have about 10 days, so it could take up to, I don't know, possibly, the mid-November. And then this budget review committee has to transmit by November 30th, which is just another few weeks away or a few days away, one of the options that we listed in the previous slide. So this is why we're explaining that it's a very rushed process for this budget review committee. And then again, the short timeline would most likely give the district the same results from the budget review committee as they've received from FCMAT, the state auditor, SCOE, and rating agencies, and looking that, our expenses, of course, exceed our revenue, and that the majority of our expenses are tied up in personnel costs, and which are escalating every year due to the rise of health benefits and due to the rise, of course, of PERS and STIRS, our pensions, and then step and column. And we've heard that before. And because the district has already reduced the non-personnel costs significantly, that, we really don't have a lot of big ticket items there, but we have some that we've been, reviewing, of course, that we'll bring and share with you. Next item, please. Slide, please. So let's see. And so the additional disadvantages are that the fiscal recovery plan that the district plans to bring to the board will be shared with you at the November 19th meeting, while the budget review committee's plan would not come to the board until after November 30th, because they have until November 30th to develop that plan. So the district would be able to bring something a lot sooner. A study by the budget review committee, of course, we've shared this, would require a lot of work from staff. And then the third one is that staff can only work on one item. So if we were to go down the route of a budget review committee, then staff would have to dedicate time to this budget review committee in order to help them understand and how to read the financial statements, assuming that, they may have some fiscal experience. That is the requirement in Ed Code, but they wouldn't necessarily know the particulars of our budget and what items are, should be considered and what items should not. And it's, you all are very familiar with our budget. It is a complex budget, like many K-12 budgets are, and it does take some time to get acclimated and understand the different budget areas. Next slide, please. Oh, I believe that was it then. I went through that a little too quick, probably. I was trying to make sure I saved enough time for questions. So these are, this is some explanations on this budget review committee, some pros and cons, I suppose. And then at this point, we can open it up to questions, certainly.
President Ryan, if I can just also mention very
Please go ahead.
Just from my perspective in terms of our recommendation to the board, while the budget review committee question that's in front of you and the development of a fiscal recovery plan are not entirely mutually exclusive, I also would say they're not entirely interdependent, in that my view is that the quality of the fiscal recovery plan that we're able to produce is more likely going to be of higher quality based on our relationship and our work with a fiscal advisor through the County Office of Education. This is an individual that spends a lot of time in our district, who has a very good understanding of our budget structure, who has a good understanding of our collective bargaining agreements, as opposed to impaneling a group of individuals who might come in a very short period of time and tell us, have you thought of this? Have you thought of that? And perhaps we have, in all likelihood, we have, but they're not aware of the budget structure. They're not aware of certain clauses in our CBAs, for example. So I just firmly believe that the quality of a fiscal recovery plan is going to be higher by working through the county office, as we have been doing, given their familiarity with our district, our budget structure, our CBA contracts as well. And so I just wanted to give you that perspective. in addition to the comments that Ms. Ramos provided to the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar, and thank you, Ms. Ramos. I apologize. I'm also having some internet connectivity issues. So if you see me out of sync, my video and my audio, that's why. And I've been trying to go off video a bit so that I can listen in real time. At this time, we are going to take public comments before opening it up to board member comment and discussion. Do we have any public comments on these items?
Yes,
on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 2 live comments and 1 written comment. The first public comment will be from Rich Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez, are you there?
Yes. Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and members of the board. President Ryan, thank you again for the opportunity, and I appreciate the staff calling and confirming that we're able to talk on this. But again, just from my point of view, why should I feel that the waiver is the right step? I saw your 3 explanations inside the packet. It says to expedite the budget balancing process. But I mean, how long have we been doing this? You had 3 waivers already, waiver after waiver after waiver. I mean, we need to start moving now. All right. My kids, I mean, I've been doing this since you got here, Superintendent, 4 years already. My kid was a freshman, had high hopes, and we're still fighting, arguing 4 years later. We need to start having the other options. You said we're going into to state takeover in a few months, February, March, April, whatever. Start giving us the other options. The union's not budging, right? They're not wanting to give up. They're not wanting to, they want to direct where the things are going. Start telling us what's, are we going to cut the schools? We need to start. I don't understand how we're trying to say that a loan is going to be all right. That's ridiculous. Start giving us the options so we know what we're looking at. Because again, you had a lot of valid points on this, but again, my whole life is passing us by. My kid's education passing us by. Are we sacrificial limbs in here, right? Okay, it's going by. Please start giving us options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Our next public comment.
Our next public comment is from Maria Rodriguez.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Maria, we can hear you.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. As you probably know, I am a parent of 2 students graduated from SCUSD, and I am also on the LCAP committee. I listened to the end of this topic at your last board meeting, and I did hear what CEO Schweitzer and Superintendent Gordon said. They said that this committee is fairly rarely used. And as Ms. Ramos said, one has been done, but CEO Schweitzer said the situation came to a conclusion, to a resolution before the committee was able to complete its work. At this point, I think it's a moot point that you guys are going to let this waiver pass. But this speaks to an issue of many things that those of us who are advocates and volunteers feel. And that's that when we are on committees, really our work is useless. People have in mind what they're going to do already, and it's not really worth our time any more than it's worth anybody else's time. Ms. Ramos says that she has, and the staff has more knowledge of the finances, but I would beg to differ. I've been in the school district for 17 years, and I can speak to a lot of things that she doesn't know about. I probably could have picked up the school that was missing in attendance, in headcount, that caused the budget problems from our previous person. So I do think it's a moot point, but I do have some suggestions. I do think it's good to have outside people think about this. The fact that it's just school district and county people, they're thinking in the same way. Who is thinking outside of the box? There is something wrong with the way we buy books. There's something wrong. I've heard stories. I listen. I know over the years that books have been bought that are useless, that aren't even, oh, my 2 minutes is done. Anyway, there's lots of ideas I have. Create a budget review committee that can last all year long. It doesn't have to be a rush thing. There are people like us who care. I could apply for a job for you guys, but I'm willing to do this for free.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate your comment.
Our last one written comment is from Nikki Malevsky, and she is, David Fisher is combining his time. They're combining their time together. So I've set the clock for 4 minutes. And then comment says, good evening. I'm Nikki Malevsky, first vice president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. We urge you to reject the waiver request. 2 of the 3 reported reasons for the decision to waive the Budget Review Committee appear to be false. First, in its justification for the waiver, the district writes, the district has been working well with the fiscal advisor. Objectively, the fiscal advisor appointed by Dave Gordon has been a total failure. Since Gordon has appointed a fiscal advisor, at least 5 additional budgets have been rejected. On Gordon's watch, the district forgot to count 5 schools as part of its enrollment numbers. The district provided budget projections in 2018-19 that were inaccurate by $35 million. In 2019-20, the budget was again inaccurate by $35 million. The district now has a reserve fund of $93 million. This is the largest reserve fund the district has ever had in its history. Apparently, Dave Gordon also approves the district parking $101.3 million in its books and supplies line item, creating a deception that SUSD will be deficit spending again in 2020 to 2021. Secondly, the district also writes it does not need to have a budget review committee because, quote, the district has a working steering committee, unquote. We have asked for the identities of the members of the district's, quote, steering committee, unquote, dates of the committee meeting and any minutes of their meetings, but have been told there are no responsive records. This leads us to the question, does a steering committee actually exist? Why are there no members and no meeting dates? For over 2 years, the district, with SCOE's fiscal advisor, continues to provide inaccurate budget data, consistently claiming to be on the verge of fiscal insolvency. And yet here we are 2 years later with the largest reserve fund in Sac City history. SCOE clearly lacks the expertise to provide the fiscal oversight our district so sorely needs. The district's budget needs more transparency, not less. The waiver should be rejected. And that's the only written public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Moretti. I know that we're going to open it up to board member questions and comments. And I think that this is such a critical conversation, in particular, because I believe the public lacks a complete understanding of the oversight role that SCOE is currently entailed with. And I think it would be good to have some more clarification to that. And so I do have a specific question to that. I do want to just respond to one piece of the public comment. In 2017, the statement was made repeatedly, maybe 100 times or more at board meetings, that the district was in the best fiscal position in its history. And as a result of that, a request was made for an $89 million contract that would have ultimately resulted in the immediate demise of the district. When we settled a contract at half that rate, we were still told that there were no fiscal challenges that would prevent us from reinvesting at much higher levels. And yet here we are several audits later, still debating the reality of a long-standing, well-documented, independently audited fiscal situation. And it's unfortunate that we should be talking about that rather than meaningful solutions to move us away from the fiscal cliff. So I do want to ask Rose Ramos to please speak to this idea of what oversight is currently occurring under SCOE. What is the role of stay and rescind? What is the day-to-day operation that can give the public confidence that you, as our CBO, who we know we hired in an extraordinarily difficult circumstance, alongside SCOE, is able to advance recommendations that enable the district to avoid insolvency?
Yes, I can do that. Thank you, President Ryan. Yes, we work very closely with SCOE pretty much daily. As far as our budget's concerned, they are partners with us in developing our budget and reviewing our assumptions and our projections to make sure, we have another expert pair of eyes looking at the data that we are using to make sure that it's valid and reasonable, and that it makes sense for our multi-year projections. And as well as on our day-to-day operations when it comes to the general fund. And we have, I can go into detail, don't want to go into too much of the nuts and bolts of this process, but they do review our expenses. There's categories and dollar thresholds for certain expenses that they review. We have a purchasing review committee that meets weekly, and we're supposed to meet weekly. And to be quite honest, we meet with Terry probably daily because there are many things that come up that do need their approval and their review. So we submit items that require their review to SCOE, to our fiscal advisor, Ms. Terry Reinland, and she reviews it, sends back tons of questions about, making sure that this item is absolutely needed and necessary and meets the compliance. And then from there, it comes back to cabinet for discussion, and we review it one more time, and then finally it's either approved or not approved. In addition to that, our fiscal advisor keeps us informed of trends that are happening that are relevant to the district and the district's budget, whether it's the statewide budget, other items happening within our community that can impact our enrollment, just a variety of items that are occurring within the economy. And they've also been a very close partner in helping us with our cash flow analysis and reviewing that on a regular basis and trying to identify possible sources so that we can mitigate that negative cash flow. As a matter of fact, Ms. Terry Redland and I just worked on the TRAN application for the statewide TRAN loan that will be out pretty soon. We've been working on that for 2 weeks, meeting with those officials, and we submitted that just today. And we're also going to wait for that application to come in for the statewide waiver on the deferrals. And SCOE, again, is a great partner in that and helping advocate for the district in making sure that, we do everything we can possible to stay afloat and stay away from getting closer to that loan at all times. I mean, I can go on and on. They are a great partner, and not just a great partner because they're, easy to work with, but they do their job and their diligence in confirming what we're spending, how we're spending it, and in planning for our future. So it is a process, and my colleagues, my cabinet members can talk about this as well, because they have to go through that same rigorous review when it comes to requesting, whether it's a position change or an expenditure or whatever. We all go through that same process, and it's a good exercise. We should go through that anyway.
So what I'm hearing from you, Ms. Ramos, is that there are daily conversations happening with our fiscal advisor and an intense level of oversight that includes a weekly purchasing committee whereby every decision is made at that table, from hiring, so filling vacancies and positions, to key purchases throughout the district. And this was not a process that was previously in place.
That's correct.
Okay, and then my one other question, and we'll turn it over to board member comments and questions, is really around this idea of the fiscal recovery plan. We have had several board members request this fiscal recovery plan over the course of the last year. At the last board meeting, board member Vang made the point that we should be looking at teacher layoffs as an option based on Mike Fine's recommendations and the collective bargaining agreement. And so I would like to know when that fiscal recovery plan will be coming forward and what that will entail and why the November 19th date was selected.
Yes, I can speak to that. Yes, we will be bringing the fiscal recovery plan November 19th, which will include some of the items that were in the recent FCMAT review. And that date was selected because that is right before, of course, our first enrollment, because we just got our budget disapproved. So we're following that timeline process. In addition to that, not just because of our budget being approved then, but also because we've been gathering this data and wanting to see where our enrollment projections we're going to land as far as the, this coming year and the next 2 years, so we have a better idea. And the other reason, there's several also, is that because now, given that unfortunately the closures due to COVID-19, we all saw that our ending fund balance was quite higher than we were projecting because we didn't do a lot of spending, and so that pushed the date by when we were projected to get a loan out by almost another year. So that was very positive in that gave us that hope that, well, possibly if we can relook at our budget again and find some other areas, maybe we can't achieve 100%, zero deficit, but achieve our 2% in all 3 years, we can get ourselves out of this situation and not have to plan for a loan, because that seemed to be the trajectory. We were planning for the loan, but now with this bigger ending fund balance that has given us that additional time, we could possibly now plan for achieving savings in other categories. And this is where the FCMAT report was very helpful, the new one, because they also went through our budget and recognized all the COVID savings and said, okay, well, since you didn't, spend in these categories, let's take another look and possibly we can turn these into ongoing savings They're going to be difficult ones, difficult reductions when you see that plan. But it's either that or, we go ahead and continue down the path of planning for the loan where the reductions will be made for us anyway. So I hope that answered. That was kind of a long answer there.
That was helpful. Thank you. Board Member Pritchett, and I think Board Member Morowski, you had your hand up as well.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you, Ms. Ramos, for that presentation. And I appreciate the comments from our community members and parents. I have to say, the idea of having an outside entity coming in once again to review our budget is just unacceptable to me. Being on this board now for 8 years, my first year on the board, we closed 7 schools. And I can see that those are going to be the recommendations once again. And what is that going to result in? It's going to result in the loss of ADA. It's going to have families moving out of our district once again. It's going to result in job loss of teachers and our staff, our valuable staff throughout our district. Once again, we cannot allow this. I have to tell you, the idea of having someone come in, we have good staff that is looking over our budget, and the oversight by SCOE is just amazing. And I gotta say that, we have to be very accurate in what we are discussing. And there's no one that knows our district better than our own staff, the people that are working on this day in and day out. So I just want to put that out there and, keep that in mind. We will see huge cut. We will see programs lost, and we will see school closures. We have to try to save this with us.
Thank you, Board Member Pritchett. Board Member Morowski.
Oh, thanks so much. And Ms. Ramos and staff, I appreciate you taking the time to just more thoroughly explain kind of the mechanics of how this committee would work and what the purpose is, what the scope is. So I was just thinking about all the, the audits and reviews that we have had. So starting with FICMAT, I think it was the meeting I was first sworn in as a board member in December 2018. And since then, we've had, FICMAT come back and do more fiscal reviews. We've had the state auditor come in and do a comprehensive review. We've had Ron and Jackie Canfield who came in. They were, these top-notch CBOs, who came in and looked, were an outside entity that looked at our budget and worked very deeply in it. We have Terry Ryland, who's our SCOE fiscal advisor, supported by Tammy Sanchez, and Dave Gordon with SCOE. And actually, our Ms. Ramos, our CBO, is also sort of an outside person who came in fairly recently. So we did have a set of fresh eyes on our budget from Ms. Ramos as well, and she has a lot of obviously experience in many other districts. So it's just remarkable how many different audits we've had, and every audit and report and kind of scan of the budget has told us essentially the same thing. That the vast majority of our expenses are our staff compensation. And so there are 2 things to do about that. If that is more costly than you have the resources for, there's lower compensation, or there's a lower number of staff. I mean, there's not much more you can do there. So I agree with Mr. Vasquez, who called in, that we don't need to wait. We should have these options in front of us. And, I am glad that staff is working on the fiscal recovery plan, and that will be presented to us in November. I don't think there's going to be some magic bullet from yet another outside entity. We've had a lot of fresh eyes looking at our budget. So I do support the recommendation to waive the budget review committee, and would move that. And just look forward to, I appreciate Ms. Rodriguez's comments as well, just on, people bringing in different ideas, because I think we're going to need that community engagement. And so I look forward to, to having that discussion starting with next board meeting. And also, I hear you, Christina, or Member Pritchett, on the, the kind of how another, yet another outside committee maybe will not be as productive. But I do also think if we as a board are not satisfied with the fiscal recovery plan options that that our staff come up with, we can also, look to get some outside help and do it in a way that is more targeted, that is more, that is a time frame that makes sense, that we could actually do the work. So I'm not totally opposed to that. I think it, in the right circumstance, it might be helpful, if we have something that lends itself to actually, having a product out of. So anyway, that's I guess my final comment. Just budget transparency was mentioned. That's something that I do think we can improve. I know we've been having this conversation for quite a long time. And budget transparency also, I understand that it comes with a cost as well. It comes with a lot of staff time and effort to put into like making displays that are user friendly and so forth. So we definitely need to trade that off, but I look forward to continuing that conversation as well, because I think the more transparency we have, the more our public understands, what the fiscal realities are and the constraints, and it's done in a way that's user friendly. Our budgets are not user friendly right now. We don't tell a good story with the budgets. It's just a bunch of charts. So I think we could do a better job there. So thank you for listening to me ramble for a couple minutes on this, but I do support the staff recommendation and would move it. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Minnick, followed by Board Member Garcia.
Thanks. Just really quickly, I just want to share my agreement with Member Morawski and Pritchett. I didn't feel we needed to pull this out of the consent agenda last time for a presentation, but I also know that parents and community members were asking, why would we turn this down? Why would we turn down another opportunity for input and insight from another entity? And I totally understand why they would feel that way. So that's fine. But I appreciate the clarification tonight. I think that we have this direct process given our relationship with SCOE. And with all the audits that we've already had, as Member Morawski said, that have all kind of essentially said the same thing, this feels really repetitive and slowing down this process. And I feel like we spend a lot of time starting over with new, with another recommendation or with another audit that just gives us the same information. And I think that we can all agree at the end of this that we know what the facts are, and there are going to be folks out there that are going to disagree with the facts no matter how many times we get this information. So I appreciate the clarity as to why this is kind of unnecessary at this point. So to Morawski's motion, I would definitely like to second this.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So I wanted to thank I guess the staff for their presentation. I thought this conversation was too important to put it in the consent agenda. We had done that 2 years in a row. I just didn't think a third year was a smart thing to do. We need to understand why we're doing something or not doing something. And I think having that discussion is really important. Hearing from our parents is really important so that they also we're also listening to their opinions. I mean, we have some parents that are very smart, very engaged, and very experienced. So I welcome that. And sometimes it comes in a critical form, and I welcome that too. And so other times it comes as a compliment. So thank you for the parents being engaged as well as staff for all the public comment. I do want to make sure that we increase our transparency. I thought that I agree with that comment by Board Member Morawski and echoed by Board Member Minnick. We certainly have an opportunity to increase the transparency on our budget. And I also want to make sure that that we don't dismiss the opportunity for another review committee of any sort to be formed. I think that it may not be the budget, but I think it could be on anything. I just wouldn't be so quick to dismiss that. We've already had so many audits. They all say the same thing. We're going to enter into uncharted territory, not only after we see the fiscal recovery plan, which I'm glad to hear is happening at the next board meeting. I'm under no illusion that it's going to be an easy plan to digest, but I look forward to discussing that because we've been asking for that fiscal recovery plan for well over a year. So thank you. And I know that staff's been working really hard on that. I want to thank SCOE for also being part of that process, but we're also going to encounter a very tough time post-COVID, right? We're still in the midst of COVID, and then whatever happens after in terms of our economy, not only in the state but at the federal level, we need to continue to have some sort of body that I think continues to look at this with a fresh set of eyes. And so I don't want to quickly dismiss that opportunity, whether it's through a budget review committee or something else that we can have as a district that we establish and have this ongoing review that I think that can be helpful. And I also wanted to maybe just ask a couple of questions relative to this process. And I know that there's not a lot of history with this process at the state level, and that generally this process this review committee may be most beneficial to a very small district. But I did want to maybe understand a little bit more about if the board were to decide to establish a budget review committee, does that body only come together and exist for, let's say, 20 days to develop, either approve a budget or disapprove a budget with recommendations? What happens to that body after they do their job, if you will? Do they just go away? And then how does that interact with SCOE and then the authority of stay and rescind? So if you can somebody can answer that, I'd really appreciate it, because I'm still having a hard time sort of connecting these dots.
Yeah, I'm trying to interact right now with SCOE. I'm not as familiar with these budget review committees, but SCOE is telling me that they do go away after their assignment is completed, and that the fiscal advisors / SCOE, they're not part of the budget review committee.
But in terms of the recommendations that come out of that process, what happens to those recommendations? Do we then continue to work with SCOE to implement those recommendations, or just trying to figure out what happens after something is produced?
President Ryan, if I could just interject and just ask you and the board how you'd like to proceed with this. I mean, I would prefer and just be very transparent here. On the one hand, I think that it would be appropriate to hear from SCOE for some of their feedback on some of these questions, not because I want them to proceed as well. Why would they want to have a waiver submitted if they would then not work with us? But I do think that Superintendent Gordon, because there would be interaction with CDE as in his role here in Sacramento County, that it might be appropriate for us to hear from SCOE directly on a response to that question, because as Ms. Ramos mentioned, I mean, this is not a process that most CBOs are familiar with. It is statutory in nature, and I do think it might be appropriate to hear from Superintendent Gordon, who I think is going to be very neutral in his response in terms of independence, and not say something that might be perceived as being biased. And if it is, then we can address it.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Aguilar and President Ryan, members of the board. I'd like to pass this on to my staff, but I'd like to, in doing that, take the opportunity to introduce you to our new CBO, who will be replacing Tammy Sanchez, who will be retiring at the end of December. And that person is Nick Schweitzer. And Nick comes to us after a distinguished career with Department of Finance and in the State Department of Education, the CDE. So he's very familiar with the Budget Review Committee process. So let me throw it to Tammy and to Nick to field the question.
Please go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, sure. I'll go ahead. I wasn't sure whether Ms. Sanchez wanted to start off, but and I'm sorry. I just joined a few minutes ago. I was on another meeting up until the last couple of minutes, so I haven't had the privilege of hearing all of the discussion so far. But I heard a couple of Member Garcia's questions there about sort of the longevity of the committee, and it does just meet for that short period, and then it goes away afterwards, and it makes it either recommends approval of the budget as is, or it will recommend revisions to the budget, and then those revisions come back to the district governing board to implement. And with the goal that those revisions get you to a budget that can be sustainable, balanced, and can be approved. If that doesn't happen, then the process continues as it has been, where the County Office of Education continues to work with the district to move the district towards getting to an adoptable budget. They're also the state superintendent of public instruction also would take on a greater role in terms of needing to get the district to having a balanced and sustainable budget. If that happens, if after a BRC is convened and the district doesn't adopt the recommendations, doesn't get to an approvable budget, then the state superintendent of public instruction can also get involved in solving the budget for the district.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Are we going to be hearing from Ms. Sanchez as well, or I don't see her? Okay.
So yes, Jesse, thank you. And just one thing I wanted to add is that I really appreciate a lot of the board comments tonight, and that remind the board that Rose has been there just a little over a year, and part of that year has been under this COVID nightmare. And the first thing she had to do is get staffed up properly, and then go through and deal with the emergencies that were going on. And so it's timely now that she has the fiscal recovery plan to you. And at this point, I think that it's good to just stay the course, that she's done a very good and thorough job. She's used the analysis that she's received from the other audit and from the FICMAT letter that's only 6 weeks old, and she's used that analysis to help her in this thoughtful process. And I think that you are going to see a thoughtful plan when it comes to you in the middle of November.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. So we have a motion and a second. This is an action item. Do we want to, Superintendent, take a roll call vote?
President Ryan, I actually just have a comment.
Oh, please go ahead, Board Member Vang.
I just wanted to take this moment to thank staff for their hard work. And while I understand that this item was on consent, I'm echoing Member Garcia that I think it's important for us to have a full-fledged conversation on this. I also really appreciate the parents that called in to express their thoughts on this. And in particular, Rich Vasquez, who shared with us very passionately about making sure that we have a physical recovery plan. And so I look forward to seeing that next month. Just a point of clarification, though, President Ryan, because you did mention my name earlier, I just wanted to make sure that you had cited me correctly. I have asked for a physical recovery plan, but I didn't say solely that was teachers layoff. I think what I wanted to see is making sure that all options, that we have seen all options on the table. That includes contracts and everything else. And so I just wanted to say that and make sure that that's a point of clarification and put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Vang, for clarifying that as part of your request for the fiscal recovery plan. One last item, Superintendent, that I would like to ask the district and you as the superintendent to explore based upon the conversation we've had around transparency and leveraging the very bright minds that we have in Sacramento. In the past, there has been discussion about having a blue ribbon commission or something of that nature that would bring in individuals from the Legislative Analyst's Office, potentially the Department of Finance, and other leaders who are steeped in this. I feel like that makes more sense than the CDE, Superintendent of Public Instruction, short-term support that we would get, and would have some longevity and consistency of pulling in public comment and participation. And so I would like to make the request that you go back and look at that alongside this work that we're doing to develop the fiscal recovery plan.
Absolutely, President Ryan. And just a reminder to the board, that was one of the commitments that we made when the independent auditor came in and conducted their audit. And of course, you may remember, and I just want to remind our community, they've requested monthly updates from the district about where we stand, and the idea of a blue ribbon commission. I think it was a little bit more focused on just trying to address the unfunded liability retiree lifetime medical benefit structure as one very specific item, but that would that commission could be expanded to take a look at our budget structure and the challenges that come with such structure.
Thank you. So with that, please go ahead with your roll call vote.
Member Ryan?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Aye.
Can we have a student preferential vote, Madam President?
Yes, please. Member Shea.
Aye.
Okay, with that, the motion carries. Thank you. On to our next item. There is a slight modification to the agenda tonight. Our original plan had been that 7.2 would be a discussion on an adoption of reopening metrics. Tonight, instead of an action item, this is a discussion item only, meant to help compel and advance a set of actionable, measurable, meaningful metrics that will guide the board's decision-making to safely reopen our schools.
Thank you, President Ryan. Indeed, this is going to be an information item for the board. The intent here is to present and hopefully clarify to our board and to our community and distinguish, if you will, conditions of readiness for reopening our schools to all of our students, or at least those students whose family eventually would make a decision to send their students back to school for in-person instruction. So I would encourage the board to treat these as sort of just conditions of readiness for that reopening, sort of as a status update based on public health order requirements that we would be obligated to demonstrate that we've taken certain actions and implemented protocols to maintain the health and safety of our staff and of our students. In addition to some measures that you will hear this evening that we would like to present to the board for information and discussion that I would term as measures that go above and beyond those public health order requirements. And we want to give you examples of those. Certainly our commitment, and you'll hear this from our magnificent staff who have been working cross-departmentally around these conditions of readiness, if you will, what those look like on the ground level based on our experience already in having implemented many of those protocols. And then just some thoughts from us as a staff around what reopening would look like based on the interaction of those public health order requirements, those measures that we would like to commit to that are above and beyond those requirements, and the tiered status of our Sacramento County Public Health Department that potentially could shift in either direction. We are currently in red, and so I hope that we will be able to clearly lay out the interaction again of public health order requirements that we're obligated to demonstrate that we have implemented, measures that are above and beyond those public health order requirements, and then how would those conditions of readiness interact with the status that we might be in as a county. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Vincent Harris to start us off.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Vincent Harris. I'm the Chief of Continuous Improvement and Accountability, joined by several staff members this evening who will walk you through as the superintendent opened this meeting, specifically in the context of health and safety, our reopening of school for all students. If we go to the next slide. And so this really does tie back to a return together vision statement that was shared with our board and community this past summer. And ultimately the statement is a bold call to action about interrupting the system inequities. But foundationally, and that's what's important about tonight's presentation, we really are sticking with our return together plan and will abide by all county health orders to safely serve as many students as possible through in-person instruction. And so this presentation is wrapped in the vision statement of our Return Together plan. Go to the next slide. And so this literally is the public health order. And so very specifically, it calls out the notion of all schools must comply with orders and guidance issued by the California Department of Public Health. And so this presentation, as the superintendent has mentioned, speaks to our minimum requirements, which are the required, and then also other indicators that we believe build the safety for everyone, with the recognition that safety does not mean zero risk, but does mean low risk. And that's what we're striving to achieve for every student, for every family member, for every staff member that is on our campuses. We go to the next slide. And so there's some themes to tonight's presentation in which we'll again speak to the foundational element of our health and safety measures, recognizing that, and you'll see this in some of the slides as well, that the pandemic conditions are ever changing. And so it's really being consistent and proactive in communicating with our partners throughout the region and actually statewide and nationally as well. We focused on metrics that are within staff control, or impact metrics. And so our goal here is to recognize the context of our work, but also focus our measurement on those things that staff has direct impact over. And then of course, obviously, as we think about metrics and think about our infrastructure, we're definitely wrestling with the trade-off between breadth and depth of metrics. And you'll see that in the presentation as well. If we go to the next slide. And so ultimately, as we think about the context of this work, We know there's no national or complete state standard for school districts in terms of what are the metrics you should use for reopening. And so we've used the guidance that we believe is most valid, starting with our California Department of Public Health, also obviously our Sacramento County Public Health Department, and then obviously as well looking at expert advice that's been issued, lessons learned from prior pandemics, and then also benchmarking as best we can with other districts. Not so much because one district has solved it, but we realize that every school district in America is wrestling with this same tension of reopening. What are the appropriate metrics? And so we have looked at several district dashboards to gain insights on what are some of the key message points that other districts are using. And then our ability to populate the metrics so that we can report on a consistent basis and regular basis. And then finally, again, the metrics that we can impact. What can we make a difference for? Ultimately, recognizing that we cannot create zero risk, but our goal is to reduce risk as much as possible. We'll go to the next slide. So in our local context, and this is really a chart that many of you, probably everybody's already seen in one way or the other, is the notion of looking at community spread. And we know that community spread is the single most important force, if you will, in understanding the impact of COVID on a community. And so the state has already published a range, purple being widespread, yellow, of course, being minimal spread. And we're right now, the superintendent mentioned, in red. If we go to the next slide. And so as you look at the current snapshot of where we're at, working our way left to right, you can see certainly from a case rate perspective, we had been making progress as a county, but in the most recent numbers, we do see, as we mentioned, conditions are changing and ever changing to some degree. We do see an uptick in the case rate, though our positivity rate and health equity rates remain right at the border, if you will, between red and orange. But definitely, as we look at our case rate, we know that puts us in a pretty solid red position. And so that is also in the context, it's a contextual fact that we're wrestling with as we think about the metrics as well. If we go to the next slide. And as I mentioned, we have done benchmark with other districts. What's important about this slide is really want to give a sense of, we've looked across regions, both you'll see districts listed, of course, from California, but you'll also see districts from various regions throughout the nation. Our goal here was to simply gain a perspective on how other districts entering the conversation around communicating to their communities, dashboards related to COVID risks, related to school reopening. There is no one standard, but many of these dashboards do have an element of measuring the community spread, which of course ties back to the fact that we know community spread is the most important variable. And then several of these dashboards actually measure other things, facilities, issues of airflow. And so we've tried to take the best of all these other districts that have been in the same conversation that we're having tonight. We'll go to the next slide. And so with that, I'll turn the presentation over to our Director of Student Support and Health Services, Victoria Flores, who will take you deeper into our metrics components.
Good evening. So yeah, I want to talk with you about the proposed components for the metrics that we've created. And so we first talk about that which we can control, what we have impact over, and what is viable for us to be able to do. And so we broke this down into, that which is required, what's part of the California Department of Public Health order that Mr. Harris spoke about earlier. We know we have to do all of those things. There are some things written into that guidance that seem a little gray area, right? And so in those areas, we're really going to look to that expert scientific guidance when we look at those above and beyond metrics, right? And so we're looking at things like UC San Francisco collaborative to advise on reopening education safely. We're so fortunate to have UC Davis here in our backyard. And so there's actually a UC collaborative of biometric researchers. It's called UC BRAID, really long acronym. But Dr. Christopher Kim is a part of that collaborative. He's been a longstanding partner in our district doing research on chronic absenteeism and asthma. And so again, we're working cross-collaboratively with him and all of these array of experts on how do we make sure that we can reduce risk as low as possible. And so we're also looking, if you can advance a few more slides, Mr. Flores, at this evaluative frame. And it's a very simple evaluative frame. Three more pushes, sorry. This was animated. We have not started, which is just a simple red, right? We haven't gotten started yet. We have in process, which is yellow, and you'll see some of these measures are going to take us some time. And so they'll be in process for a while, and then simply green is completed. One of the most important, components, though, of these metrics, we believe, is the strategic frame. Why are we doing what we're doing, and how are these actions going to impact risk? I think it's so incredibly important for everyone to understand why these measures are important so that we can adhere to them. So next slide, and I'll take you through a little bit more detail on that. So the way we broke this down in this strategic framework was really to talk about minimizing risk. So reducing or eliminating risk to that lowest level possible. Like Mr. Harris said, we're not going to be risk-free, but what can we do? Most simply said, what can we do to keep COVID away? Keep COVID off of our campuses or our work sites. And so you'll see a host of measures that are really designed to do that. And then we think about mitigating exposure or reducing the probability or severity of spread or transmission. We have all likely been in spaces where COVID is present. Most likely we might not have known it, or maybe we did even know. And so this is all of those actions that we can take to stop the spread to others through either physical barriers, blockages, or all of these strategies that we do to public health strategies to reduce that risk. Next slide, please.
Can I just interject real quickly, Ms. Flores, and with your permission, President Ryan, if we could go back one slide, Mr. Flores. I just want to make sure that we pause here for a second, mainly because what I asked our team to do is really just explicitly distinguish the use of minimizing and mitigating. We often use it just in our everyday language, but I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to just kind of pause and reflect on what we're talking about as we move forward in the presentation and use these two different terms of minimizing and mitigating so that there's clarity as we start to present some of these metrics, if you will, conditions of readiness to the board and to our community. Again, how we want you to interpret the distinction between minimizing exposure and mitigating exposure. So I just really want to make sure that we pause for a second and you have an opportunity to read how these are defined. Thank you, Ms. Flores.
You're so welcome. Yeah, and we will continue to come back to these and point these out and highlight. So next slide, please. So these are the key public health strategies that are embedded in every metric. These are foundational and really layered into all of the proposed metrics that we will share tonight. So one of the ways, that I sort of imagine this, I have a 16-year-old new driver, right? And so, every time she gets in a car, she puts her seatbelt on, right? And we try to make sure she drives a somewhat safe car. That's how we mitigate the risk of being a new driver and driving, right? These key public health measures are our seatbelts. This is what's going to help us mitigate those risks. So we talk about minimizing the 3 C's, not having closed spaces where no air is circulating. So you're going to hear tonight about ventilation and air circulation, and then limiting crowds or close contact. So a lot about physical distancing, redesigning our spaces. You will hear layered throughout practices for hygiene, hand hygiene, cough and sneeze hygiene, things like that. Practices for how we wear face coverings and some recommendations around face coverings. And then really key is these health screenings and helping us to mitigate any exposure and keeping people away who are sick or exposed or maybe even potentially positive. So just wanted you to hold these in your head as you listen to these proposed metrics, because they're all in support of all of these key public health strategies. And all of these things help us lower that risk. Next slide, please. So these are those required measures for minimizing exposure, keeping COVID away. And what you're going to hear as we talk is in these proposed required metrics for minimizing both contact spread. So you can see this little graphic with the germs, hands, contact surfaces, but also respiratory spread. These are the 2 ways that COVID is really transmitted. And we're learning a lot more about respiratory spread. And so many of these metrics and measures are very layered and support each other. So this first proposed metric is our foundation is our return to health plan. It was initially posted in July. It's very comprehensive, and we really urge our community to read through the plan. It's very easy to navigate on our website. You can just click each section, and you can find it at returntogether.susd.edu. We really encourage you to read it. And this was really an opportunity to leverage our internal public health expertise blended with all these years that we've all been serving in school sites. And so we really worked to translate these public health practices and language into what works at school sites. So we've done videos and public health measures, info posted continually on our website. The second metric we're talking about is all of our employees or substitutes who are reporting to work now will be provided access to the Hour Zero COVID training. This is an online training that's self-paced, so employees can complete it at their own pace at a time that fits into their schedule. This is required in the public health order that we provide this training to employees, so they have that essential knowledge and understanding on what COVID is, how it's transmitted, and why these key public health measures are so important. This is about providing employees with the understanding of how to keep themselves safe and everyone else that they serve and work with. Our next proposed metric is to distribute our daily site inspection checklist to all site principals, all of our spaces. This checklist really helps us ensure that our key public health measures are in place every single day. And so this really addresses some of those concerns that I've heard from other people about, do we have enough PPE? I don't see it in my space. Are our physical distancing practices continual? We know how desks can get moved or things can get moved. Is our signage up? Just a daily way to ensure that these practices are in place. And then our next proposed metric is around health screening. And so providing health screening procedures to every site. And these health screening practices are in effect right now for all of us reporting to work. This is really how we keep COVID away, ensuring anyone who's sick, who's having new symptoms or, not as an ongoing condition, or they've been exposed, or they test positive for COVID, that they stay home. And this is a real shift in culture, right? Because many of us have really dedicated and hard work ethics, but this is a time where we really need people to stay away and stay home as needed. And we're practicing these measures routinely at our 7 learning hubs. And in this next slide here, you will see an example. And so on the left here, you've got an example of a temperature check required. I'm coming into a front office. So anyone who's coming onto our campus, if they have valid business, goes through that same process and also has to sign in because we have to know who is in space with us. On the far right, you see one of our handouts in our Return to Health that speaks about when to stay home, our health screening requirements. This handout also speaks to when you can return, when it's safe to come back. And then in the middle, this is a screenshot from a video that hopefully we will show you in just a second of students who are practicing physical distancing. There's markers on the ground and they are going through a screening health check at one of the learning hubs. And so Mr. Flores, if we can play that video at this point, that'll be a nice little break. Thank you so much for taking a moment to share that. So you saw, an actual physical example of physical distancing, of proper face mask usage. I love when she pinched her, top and then put her glasses over. That's how you decrease fogging. All of the signage that we have up, and then of course the health screening. And you even saw kids playing soccer, right? Because they're not using their hands. They're physically distanced in a field. These are real-time practices. So just much gratitude to the John Cabrillo Learning Hub, all the staff and the students, and that student who is washing his hands washes them better than most adults. He kept looking at the sign and then doing every step. So it was really lovely. Next slide, please. So continuing for our proposed required metrics for minimizing contact and respiratory transmission, we also want all of our sites and departments are provided with procedures for what to do if someone is sick, exposed, or there is an individual who tests positive for COVID. Again, this is so critical to keeping people, away off of our campus to help us mitigate minimize the spread of COVID. So those procedures have been in place, all summer long. We've been practicing them, but we will make sure that everyone's following those. We will also have established protocols for visitors or non-essential people on campus or work sites by appointment only. You saw an example of that with the signage that said health screening, temperature checks here. Anyone coming on campus has to sign in. So all of us who have gone to visit campuses, we all sign in just in case there was a positive case. We would be able to do that communicable disease follow-up. Most importantly, though, one of the most important practices that we can do, and there's been so much public health messaging from California Department of Public Health about our health promotion practices. We really want to minimize the outbreak of any other health issue during the midst of this global pandemic so that we don't overwhelm our healthcare system. We really want our healthcare system to be able to manage the impact of COVID, as well as all of those other health issues or emergencies that people might experience. So our immunization clinic is open year-round, and we are also providing children with flu shots when they come in for their regular immunizations through the Vaccine for Children's program. We've got free flu clinics that have been offered and continue to be offered throughout the fall. We've held 3 already, and we've served over 200 people 4 years and older. We've got 2 more clinics planned and probably a few more depending on demand. And then also our employee TB clinic is also open year round. Next slide, please. I'll show you some examples of this. So on the left is the free flu clinic that we held in partnership with HealthNet. This was held at John Still K-8. And I want to say we were really intentional on the sites and the areas where we're holding these flu clinics. We really wanted to look at our communities that are most heavily impacted by the health inequities and disparities of COVID. And so this was held in the 958, 2223 kind of area that when you look on that Sac County map, you will see is very impacted. And then this is a snapshot of the posters out in front of our immunization clinic. It's right next door to the Cerna Center. Everything's online, so families can easily register. We can do all of that paperwork beforehand so that we make this safe for our community members as well as our families. So you can see this is in English and Spanish. Families pull up and park right in front of this. They text the number or call that they're here. You can see we're reinforcing physical distancing, face masks, temperature screening, so that we can also manage that flow of traffic coming in so we can keep everyone safe and healthy. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Keyshawn Marshall, our risk management coordinator, who will take you through the next slide.
Good evening, everyone. Board President Ryan, Superintendent, and distinguished board members. The next 2 slides will speak to practices we have put in place that address the public health order required measures for mitigating exposure. So the proposed required metrics for mitigating contact transmission is to provide PPE in all classrooms and common spaces such as face covering, hand sanitizer, hand soap, and facial tissue. And so the first picture that you see speaks to every classroom space that will have this setup. In addition to the PPE, we encourage staff to have a printed copy of the Return to Health Plan to reference as needed. The second picture that you see to your right is a sanitizing unit that is in every classroom doorway and in common areas throughout every school site and administrative building. Next slide, please. Here is another metrics that focus on the importance of hand hygiene, sanitizing whenever we go in and out of spaces. And this is important to remember, as Victoria outlined earlier. In addition, our return to health plan is something we are putting into place as we go through these slides. And so in the previous slide, you've seen a similar setup for the classroom. And so the proposed required metrics for mitigating contact transmission in this slide is all school sites provided with procedures for setup and the use of care room for sick individuals, including PPE supplies. And so you see the difference here in this picture is where there's a face shield. So we want to be mindful and try to provide all the PPE necessary when we're in the care room. The second picture is the care room signage. And so we wanted to be mindful of that signage. The public health referenced an isolation room. And so we were looking into and wanted to make sure that we're mindful that if our students, our kiddos have to go in this room, that they feel comfortable and it's not a scary place to be at. The third picture is the procedures that we ask staff to post and to follow. So this is to reduce panic if we have it posted and up for them to reference in the event that they're unsure what to do. Next slide, please. And I will hand it over to Nathaniel Browning.
Good evening. So proper procedures and protocols are also extended to all district facilities and operations. And this is outlined in our return to health document Victoria talked about earlier. As such, this proposed required metric to physically distance all classrooms and limit shared objects is vital. As you can see in the left picture, there are physically distant desks, minimally shared objects located within a classroom. It's a very minimal classroom, and adequate space for the teacher to also instruct. You can also see that the shelves in the background are covered in purple butcher paper. On the picture on the right, you can also see another picture of how we've covered up those shared items. Next slide. Thank you. Another metric, required metric, is the required daily disinfecting schedule for custodial staff at each site. This is something that's been taking place since March, and we continue to refine the products and equipment we utilize to best disinfect our sites. For example, shown in this picture is an electrostatic fogger we are now rolling out to all of our sites. I'm really excited to share that we'll be utilizing this project because it greatly improves the speed and coverage for our disinfecting efforts. The disinfectant is fogged into an area and it statically clings to all surfaces within the room. Next slide. The next proposed required metric is the development of a signage map for each facility within the district. These maps will outline various sections within the site and outline the type and quantity of each sign that is needed in a given area. Next slide. The installation of appropriate physical barriers where needed is also another important required metric. District staff have installed and provided plexiglass barriers at all front office counters across the district. Staff are also nearly complete with creating 750 plexi stations for one-to-one assessments that may need to take place at each of the school sites. Additionally, staff are in the process of installing appropriate barriers in libraries, multi-purpose rooms, and cafeterias as needed as well for when they will be in use. Next slide. And here are examples of those plexiglass barriers. The picture on the far left, if you look closely, there is a plexiglass barrier there right at the front counter. I do like this picture a lot because it also displays the health screening that Victoria was talking about earlier, as well as proper signage for face coverings and physical distancing. The middle picture are the plexi stations that I spoke about for one-to-one assessments. And then lastly, on the far right are plexi barriers in the cafeteria lunch lines. Next slide.
And so what you see here is an overview of the evaluation Ms. Flores spoke of earlier, in which we're taking each of the required metrics and giving a status check as shared previously. And so on this page, you'll see the vast majority, almost all of them, are in the green status of being completed. The one yellow actually points to the somewhat temporal nature of, as we get additional feedback. This was green at one point, but we've gotten some additional feedback in the health orders, and so we're deciding to revise our daily site inspection checklist, which once that revision is completed, then this will go back to green. We go back, if you take on the next slide, please.
Sorry, these next items are also progress reports on required metrics as well. You see many of them are in progress, but they are finalizing or near being finalized, and so will be marked as completed when that time comes. Next slide.
All right, so now we wanted to talk with you about these above and beyond metrics for minimizing or really keeping COVID away. And this is really where we're relying on that scientific guidance combined with what's in our control, what can we measure, and what do we have the capacity to do. Again, grounded in reducing the risk to the lowest level possible. So these are things where we felt like the public health order was a little vague, or we just felt like these were really important measures. So this first one is our first proposed metric for you to consider is monthly COVID-19 testing for all staff during work hours. So at any of the free Sac County public health testing sites throughout Sacramento County. So no matter where you live, there is a testing site near or within your area. Of course, employees may test more than once a month, particularly if they're experiencing symptoms or they've been exposed, or should they just choose to. I've tested twice so far. It's not as bad as people make it out to be. And it's really about that social compact of, I make sure I'm safe to be around you, you make sure you're safe to be around me. The next measure that we wanted to also propose was to in relation to this is to publish a district dashboard of positive cases of individuals who are physically present at a work or a school site. Sac County Public Health already does this for us for our whole community by zip code. So we're able to see, the differentials in zip codes of community spread. This would just be another added layer where we could see how that was showing up at our physical work sites or school sites as well. Next slide, please. And so again, on that frame of mitigating contact and respiratory transmission, another above and beyond metric that we're really encouraging the board to consider is requiring face coverings at all grade levels, preschool all the way through adult education. So this is a place where the guidance from California Department of Public Health said all students 3rd grade and up are required, and 2nd and under was strongly recommended. But we really feel like the science is becoming very clear on how effective face coverings are in stopping the spread of COVID when COVID's present. And so we really want to strongly encourage the board to consider all grade levels. And Nathaniel's going to take you through these next metrics.
And as Victoria said a couple times now in the presentation, our obligation is really to reduce or eliminate risk to the lowest possible level. As such, the next above and beyond metric is that all district facilities have an increased ventilation as outlined by the American Society for Heating and Air Conditioning and Refrigeration Engineers. Sorry, American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. I said that correct, ASHRAE. That includes reprogramming all HVAC units to continuously run when doors and windows have been opened, fully open all dampeners to allow for the maximum draw of outside air. This is important because before COVID, all of our HVAC dampeners were open around 10 to 15%, which means that the air exchanges had about 10 to 15% of outside air coming in. Right now, those dampeners are fully open, so all the air that's coming into the classroom and all the exchanged air is fresh outside air. Another subcomponent to that is replace all filters in our HVAC units with the highest MERV rating filter that the units are designed for use. Next slide. It's important to note that ventilation metrics are noted as above and beyond requirements because there are little to no requirements outlined for ventilation in schools. But we feel it is very vital to have this as a component to mitigate the coronavirus. As you can see here, the CDPH guidance illustrates the lack of requirements or even guidance to a large degree, and our need to interpret that is best for the students and staff. Facility staff have taken this issue very seriously and painstakingly reviewed literature and options to best address this important area of mitigation. Next slide. As you can see here, these are a couple tasks that staff have been engaged with in the HVAC department. On the far left, an individual is replacing a MERV filter in a unit. We are changing filters out 3 times this year. Typically, we do that once a year. The middle picture is the reprogramming, where we are able to continuously run systems that, even though the doors and windows may have been opened, typically there is a electric magnetic door breaker. So whenever a door or window is opened, the HVAC system shuts off temporarily until contact is made with that magnetic strip. That is not the case right now. Again, we've reprogrammed them to continuously run. Also, again, we've reprogrammed them to run with dampeners fully open. And then lastly, we are really focused on maintaining our HVAC units so they are running as efficiently and optimal as possible. Next slide. As I showed earlier in earlier pictures of the classroom, one of the above and beyond metrics is the limited use of shared items. That goes above and beyond the classrooms, but also to restrooms where we've disabled any hand blow dryers because of that shared air within the restroom. We don't want to have any viral running through that air because of the air dryers. Additionally, we've disabled all traditional drinking fountains. And another above and beyond measure is that we've flushed all water lines to remove stagnant water and address certain diseases like Legionnaire's disease. Additionally, another above and beyond metric is that we have procured and will be delivering stanchions to every single school site to help manage the traffic flow of students when they return. Next slide.
So here again, you see a summary of the metrics as they were just been shared with you. Here you see a combination of completed, in process, and a few not started. What's important to note about the 2 not started is that ultimately the face coverings will be a decision to be made. And once that decision is made, it will convert very quickly to green. And then the dashboard item, we do have the information. It's just going to take some time for us to put it into a framework, which can be done in approximately 2+ weeks or so. Go to the next slide. And then again here, as Mr. Browning just described to you, we have a few in process, which we're working down the punch list. And then of course, we have a couple that are completed as marked in green. We go to the next slide. And so as we think about the notion of how all these metrics come together, just wanted to reemphasize, reorient back to the most important external force, if you will, that is overarching in all the work that we did was really thinking about community spread. And so just want to reemphasize as we think about the current snapshot of the data, and certainly we've heard various points about the campaign that's been underway in terms of turning Sacramento orange. We know right now, at least as we look at the case rate in particular, we know there's some challenges to that in the short term. And so as we think about these metrics, we've actually thought about the external forces that are at play. And so the next slide will give you some sense of our thinking in terms of framing the discussion. And so here you see basically two external force frameworks, one being a red level, the other being orange. And really what we've framed here is the notion that, of course, the metrics we've just outlined to you would need to be completed first and foremost. And then once those metrics are completed, we think it would take approximately 2 weeks under both scenarios to be ready and open. As we think about the conditions under the scenarios, certainly opening in red is something we can do right now. Because that is defined for us, and students would, of course, be in live in-person instruction, and equally important, be provided in-person supports. And certainly, as we think about reopening right now, we know that if we were to not open and go back to purple, then we would lose the opportunity to reopen. So as we think about opening at the red level, those are some of the compelling pros. The cons come back to community spread risk. And so ultimately, opening in red means we're at a higher level of community spread, and then also we'll face greater challenges in terms of students. Even if we don't close, of course, across the board, we will have potential site closures in terms of disruptions to the learning process. As we go up the orange level, certainly there, the one overarching benefit there is that there's lower spread. I mean, just by definition of the facts there, and of course, students will return back to live instruction as well. Though the cons here, to some degree are the flip, in that we don't know when we'll get to the orange level. And certainly we know that as looking at the trend data, and obviously we just saw this past week, we're reaching a potential super spreader season with the approaching holidays. And so that makes the level of clarity around when we're going to get to orange much more uncertain. And so as we frame the notion of the external forces, it really is the tension of looking at red versus orange and making the best decision for our students, staff, and families. If we go to the next slide.
Yeah. So one additional parameter, one additional above and beyond metric for the board's consideration is to have a third-party assessment that outlines all district facilities have implemented all facilities-related measures to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. We have asked a third-party assessment for our facilities, and we appreciate the additional knowledge and set of eyes that a third-party assessment would bring to our work. This is why we asked PBK architects to review and assess our readiness before opening each and every learning hub to date. The third-party review confirmed much of the hard work staff have been focused on, and thankfully, the assessment outlined a couple areas of improvement that staff were able to address before opening those learning hubs. Next slide.
And so as we complete our conversation this evening around the reopening metrics, just want to make sure we're present with some of the limitations. As much as we've tried to speak to you about all the factors we can take to reduce risk and get it to a low level, we know that the single most important factor is community spread. We know that there's disproportionality in the COVID impact by zip code. We've spoken previously of the trade-offs in terms of looking at breadth versus depth in our metrics. And so we continue to evaluate the infrastructure and capacity issues in order to make sure that all the metrics we have the infrastructure to consistently report on. And then there's individual elements of this as well, or maybe even you'd say sociological elements in which we are looking at the behavior change management. We just had a case study with the recent World Series victory. Everyone knows they're at risk. That does not necessarily prevent folks from taking risky behavior. And so it's really our education and working the change management so that everyone understands the importance of following and adhering to the guidelines that we've asked for. And related to that, of course, is always being adaptable to the ever-changing conditions, changing science, changing protocols. And then finally, there's been lots of research now, or I should say, maybe not use the term research as much as articles written about the notion of COVID shame and how the implications have played out in terms of folks choosing not to be tested, or equally important, choosing not to participate in contact tracing. And we recognize that in order to build safe conditions for everyone, we all have to be willing, as Flora spoke to this earlier, all have to be willing to do our part. This is as much about individuals and all of us collectively looking out for each other in order to create conditions of safety and low risk that we know are needed in order to bring everyone back here safely and with the minimal risk of becoming infected. If we go to the final slide for this presentation, what we look to do as next steps is obviously the conversation to follow with the board. Continuing, literally every day we're processing potential new metrics based on experience, across the conditions we're in, and public health guidance. Building the infrastructure, which we've got several parts of that infrastructure built, but we have more parts to build. And then communicating the purpose of, to again, encourage everyone to adhere to the metrics where they require behavioral change to some degree, and then the results. so that we keep our staff, our students, our families, our whole community informed of how things are progressing. And with that, I'll end the presentation and turn the conversation back to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. President Ryan, if I could just add my comments here. Just really wanting to thank again the tremendous amount of work you can only imagine, but hopefully you've also been able to see the level of cross-departmental work in Sac City Unified that has to take place in order for all of this to come together. And that is something that I want to thank the staff from lots of departments that have been working very closely together to implement some of these conditions of readiness that we are presenting sort of as metrics in that when we think of dashboards we think of metrics, but really we also see them as conditions of readiness for reopening. I do want to just again thank the staff, but also for the board and for our community, make a distinction again between those that we are very clear are required per public health orders, and then adopting another set of measures that we think are above and beyond those public health requirements, but that are within our control to impact, if you will, because we have the ability to implement some of those protocols. And then of course the interaction with where we stand as a county in terms of the color, the tier color that we're in. I do want to just clarify and reiterate the point that Mr. Browning made about a third-party assessment. That one comes sort of as a standalone, if you will, in that we don't have control over that. We're not the third party, if you will. And so the question for the board for your discussion is, as a metric that we don't have control over, that certainly is not required by Sac County Public Health or CDPH. We're not obligated or required to submit any kind of certification that verifies that we have put in place any of these protocols. The discussion point for the board is how does the board feel about adopting that type of measure, if you will, that is not dependent on us, nor do we control the timeline for that or the work itself. We did choose to implement that measure for our learning hubs, as you heard. And largely, that process confirmed that we had put in place the measures. I do want to just recognize very quickly many individuals that attended, some of our labor partners, some of our representatives from our district advisories. We had board members, we had members of our legislative delegation as well, and representatives from the state capitol attend a series of learning hub tours. And as you saw in the video and most of those pictures, those are not actors, those are actual students and individuals that are right now participating and supporting our students through supplemental supports as they are engaged in distance learning. But you are able to appreciate in real time and in person what those measures look like. And again, I just want to thank the staff for all of the cross-departmental work to make this happen. And so as we get into the discussion from the board, I just want to make sure that if we need to, we just take a pause and make those distinctions between requirements from public health orders, measures that we believe we owe to our community that are above and beyond those measures, the interaction of those two items with the tier that we happen to be in as a county, and then the need for a discussion related to the interest and direction about a third-party assessment that is important for us to hear from the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm having a bit of challenges with my internet, so my apology if I freeze. At this time, we are going to go to public comments on this item.
Yes, we have 3 written public comments. And the first is a combined public comment from Renee Webster Hawkins and Angie Sutherland. So I'm setting the clock for 4 minutes. And it says, Dear President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board, this item is difficult to provide public comment on because the public has not been given any details on what the board is going to be asked to act on tonight. This is a fundamental breakdown in the Brown Act process. Most other public boards have figured out how to restore the public's right to comment after hearing the presentation and motion for action, even during this pandemic. So let us take this time to also call to your attention another fundamental breakdown in a process designed for stakeholder input related to metrics. It has to do with our LCAP Parent Advisory Committee and our continued request for data that has gone unmet. Over the past year, at our monthly meetings and smaller focus groups, we have repeatedly asked for program and fiscal data to carry out our advisory role of analyzing the goals, activities, expenditures, and outcomes under the past LCAP plans, and so that we can articulate and prioritize our recommendations for the upcoming plan. We have asked for academic progress data. We have asked for attendance data. We have asked for discipline data. We have asked for data from the district's new assessment plan. We have asked for application and acceptance data related to our specialty programs. We have asked for GATE data. We have asked for data related to the use and accomplishments of teacher collaborative time. We have asked for data regarding the types and implementation of professional development. We have asked for expenditure data. You name it, every topic we discuss, we ask for data, and we are not receiving it. At each meeting, we are asked to prioritize goals, activities, outcomes, but we cannot do it without the data. The LCAP PAC cannot do its job without data. As members of the Community Advisory Committee for Special Education, we have also experienced a lack of data when the district or SELPA is asked. The district stakeholder groups are being disempowered across the board without the information to make informed recommendations to you. We don't know or understand where the breakdown is happening, but unless you are satisfied with your appointed members of the LCAP PAC attending unproductive meetings just to check off a required box to try to demonstrate parent engagement, we hold each of you responsible to ensure that we promptly get the data we need to present informed recommendations to you in the updated LCAP plan next month. And that's the end of that, their message. And the next public comment is from Lainey Preham and says, I do not understand why SAC Unified has not published their criteria to reopen public schools. Without clear published criteria, the steps to reopen schools are elusive and ever-changing. Most families in the community have been more than supportive in this time of the subpar distance learning situation, but enough is enough. Sacramento has been in the red tier since September 29, which allows for schools to reopen. The CDC plainly states that there are, quote, many known and established benefits of in-person learning, unquote, and that, quote, schools should also consider other aspects of students' risk and well-being that arise when schools do not reopen for in-person classes, unquote. Still, SCUSD is silent, and so the gap widens for our children. The city's private schools have been back for weeks. Community programs have sprung up to assist families with the facilitation of distance learning. Daycares are open. Many families have banded together to ensure their children's needs are met and are hiring tutors, teachers, facilitators. The common denominator to all of these things is resources. A vast majority of families cannot enroll in private school or hire people to assist their children with distance learning. Those who have the resources are using them. Those who do not have the resources cannot. The equity gap is widening to a point that makes zero sense, and the ones who are paying the ultimate price are the children. If parents cannot get answers about the plan and criteria to return to school, then the only viable option I see as parents is to strike until SUSD produces the criteria. If we don't send our kids to school, then no funding will be allocated. Unfortunately, this is the only option I see as a parent to actually see any progress. And the last public comment is from Nikki Milewski, and says, "Good evening. I'm Nikki Milewski, the first Vice President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. We are very concerned that these, quote, reopening metrics, unquote, are coming before this board to take an action vote upon tonight when absolutely zero information about this item has been made available prior to this meeting. The board packet and webpage contains only one page on item 7.2, and it has no actual information about this plan. It does say that, quote, the goal of this presentation is to share those measures with the Board of Education for feedback and adoption, unquote. How can you as board members give feedback and take action on something you've never had the opportunity to properly review? And obviously, it is impossible for the public to make any comments upon these, quote, reopening metrics, unquote, that no one has seen before you vote upon it. This violates the purpose of public board meetings. I urge you to demand that Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and the rest of the Board Executive Committee properly agendize items and ensure that staff makes available to you and the public the documents for which you are being asked to take action upon that allows for the public to also view said information and make comments. The health and safety of our students and staff is too important for hasty, non-transparent decision making." And that's the final public comment.
Thank you, Anne. We're going to go ahead and open it up to board member questions and comments. But once again, I want to reaffirm that this is a discussion item only, not an action item. I hear loud and clear the frustration of the public that we did not, neither the board nor the public, have access to the reopening metrics that were being discussed tonight in a timely fashion sufficient to be able to provide comment. Therefore, tonight we are receiving the information, we are discussing the information, but we are not taking action on the information. That will ensure that the public and all stakeholders have sufficient time to be able to provide their input before the board adopts a decision. Board member questions and comments. Board member Wu.
This comment is for Nathaniel. Thank you, Nathaniel. In the you mentioned that the third-party consultant that we acquired to do the reviews on the learning facilities had 2 comments, I believe it was, that you said. And you're going to ask us to possibly approve a third-party contract for the our other facilities as well. Are you able to take the comments that were provided on the existing facilities and incorporate them into your plan? And therefore, would you need the third-party contractor?
Yeah, so the third-party assessor, PBK Architects, that reviewed the learning hubs only reviewed the restrooms and classrooms associated with those learning hubs. So that was at each of the sites, 4 classrooms, 2 restrooms, and a classroom that was turned into an office for the after-school providers. They did not provide assessment for the whole facility in entirety. The additional and expanded assessment would include much more detail to around a number of different cases. For example, they will walk into a classroom, onto a site, and pick a sampling of classrooms to test airflow and air quality to ensure that we have good airflow and air quality within those restrooms. They will also look at the site as in its entirety around plexiglass dividers if needed, signage, and a whole magnitude of other things. The third-party assessor would come in initially, pick 5 sites to review, create checklists from those 5 sites, and then we would be able to gather that information to help fine tune anything else that we may need to address with the other remaining 75 sites. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and what is the expected cost of this?
I will pull that up to be precise. It is on the consent agenda for this evening. Please bear with me. The cost of the assessment, it is just under $500,000. I'm almost there. I have the exact amount for you.
That's all right. And is SCOE going to approve this?
SCOE has approved this already.
All
right. These funds will be coming from CARES dollars, and the value is $497,500.
Thank you.
Nathaniel, keeping in line with that question, I do want to ask, this third-party contractor that is validating and doing a deep dive review of the safety practices and potential areas for strengthening our learning hubs. Is this a known provider that has been used by other school districts, other entities across the state and nation, and how were they selected?
Yes, first they were selected out of our pool of architects. We sent out an informal RFP to that pool and received interest back from 3 architects, one of them being PBK Architects. The PBK Architects has a pretty expansive experience doing this very assessment at a number of districts across the state that I'm aware of. Locally, locally San Juan Unified, Natomas Unified. I know that they've done San Bernardino and a number of districts throughout the valley from north to south as well.
Thank you for clarifying, and we'll go to Michael Minnick. But once again, we are using this third-party entity as an additional safeguard and checks and balances, not required, but to ensure that we have done the due diligence necessary.
Exactly.
Board Member Minnick.
Thanks, President Ryan. So a couple things. One, I heard the frustration in some of the public comments, and I appreciate Superintendent Aguilar moving this to an information item tonight, because I think we need to make sure that the public has a chance to see this information before they can speak on it. So part of the frustration with this new way that we're operating in our meetings is that we have to cut off the when public comments are submitted, so it's not as authentic as it is when people can do it in real time. So I apologize to those who submitted comments that were kind of no longer relevant because we changed how we were presenting this, but we're kind of figuring this out as we go with this new system in distance meetings here. I do appreciate the focus on not looking at a specific date to reopen, but more on the what we need to do to make sure our kids are safe and what our staff is safe. I keep hearing of this district and that district, we're going to reopen on November whatever, which is all fine and good, but this virus is changing and moving, and we keep seeing things happen in different communities at different times. So I really appreciate the focus on just making sure not when it's going to happen, but how it's going to happen. And I think the other just comment I want to make, it's not a question, but a comment, is that I as we moved forward with the learning hubs, I really saw this as an opportunity to make sure that our students who needed additional supports got them, and were able to have a little bit of one-on-one interaction with support folks, supportive adults, but really what seems like an unintended consequence, maybe it was intended by the staff here, but for me, I wasn't really thinking about this, is just how much impact having those real experiences now has allowed us to kind of get ramped up ahead of time and see what things are working and allow us to have this opportunity to know, okay, we've figured out some stuff that's really allowed us to be able to move forward. What I saw in the presentation tonight was really some great visuals that made me feel much more confident about our kids coming back. I saw some things that really put my mind at ease. And I know a lot of that happened because we had to ramp up stuff for the Learning Hub. So I appreciate that happened, on a small scale. So we were able to move forward now. So those are my comments. I just wanted to share my appreciation.
Thank you. Do we have other board members with questions and comments? Board Member Pritchett, Board Member Garcia, Board Member Morowski, Member Vang.
Thank you, President Ryan. And I just want to say, give the staff mad props, for the work that they've done. When we see the video, we see the kids that are, washing their hands, and the other thing is, this has really been uncharted territory, and our staff has become the experts in this. So I just want to say, what a great job they're doing. I do have some questions, and I wanted to know, in regard to the screening, the health screening that's taking place at the sites before kids are going in, who is doing the screening and how have they been trained?
Would you
Hi,
like me
Victoria.
Hi there. Hi. So right now, because it's our expanded learning partners who are running that program, it's their staff. And so we did a really extensive training with our school nurses, myself, Nathaniel Browning, Keyshawn, for all of our expanded learning partners, talking about all the components of the Return to Health plan, including the screening. So they're really simple questions. And we even did that training for the parents, because our goal is to actually not have to turn anyone away because you stayed home, because right, if I have a symptom, someone's sick, I've been exposed, I don't even come. But of course, we have had students come who either maybe were temporarily, had a higher fever, we pull them off to the side, let them cool down, scan them again, they're okay. Or we've had students who, got sick, and we used those care protocols and got them home. All of our Learning Hub partners, all of our schools are a text away from a school nurse or our lead nurse or our health services coordinator, who's also a nurse. So we are all in this together. We answer and we respond right away. But when in doubt, we really want to send students home. We want to give ourselves some time and some grace. Then we can work with that parent or guardian and figure out, if a kid is really truly going to have a fever, many of us who are parents or caretakers, we know they're going to start to feel really lousy and they're going to spike that fever. If they don't, that's okay. Then they're able to come back.
So with the possibility of opening schools, later down the road, do we have a plan of who on staff would be responsible for that task? Or is it we're just kind of working through this at the moment to try to figure that out?
We're working through some technological ways that will help us efficiently and effectively screen students. And so we are continuing to push forward on all those plans, but our backup is we have a lot of handheld thermometers. We've got enough for, I think Keyshawn can speak to this, almost every classroom. So if need be, we've got lots of different scenarios in our head, depending on when we can get access to these items and what technological advances we can employ.
Okay. And then before you go, Victoria, I have a couple more questions for you. In regard to the flu clinics, are those only open for staff, or is that open for community members as well?
Whole community, anyone age 4 and up. We've had lots of large families come. So if you all need a flu shot, Hiram Johnson, November 10th.
November 10th. Okay. And then this question is for Nathaniel. Hi, Nathaniel. In terms of the implementation guidelines or timeline, I should say, how long do you anticipate that it would take to do the type of safety requirements through our entire district at all of our sites?
I believe, Member Pritchett, you're referring to the third-party assessment.
No, you know how you showed us photos of how the sites were set up with the desks spread out and the plexiglass up, and I know not all of our sites look that way right now, so just wondering, like, do you have a timeline of what that would look like?
With the exception of the third-party assessment being completed, we could get all the rest of the facilities and operations related items completed by the first part of December.
Oh, that's fantastic. Good job. All right, and then finally, just kind of a question about CDPH guidelines in regard to filters. Nathaniel, can you kind of just tell us a little? Sorry, my dog is behind me making all kinds of sounds. The joys of being at home. Can you just tell us a little bit about what CDPH guidelines are compared to what we are currently proposing that we would put at all of our sites?
Yeah, so CDPH offers soft guidelines, and they do point mainly to ASHRAE, American Society for Refrigeration, Heating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. And those ASHRAE recommendations include everything that I outlined in the presentation this evening. They also talk about making sure that we can provide the best filtration possible. So many of our sites, we are about 15% of our sites, we can provide the MERV 13 filtration. The other 75% of our sites, those units can only handle the MERV 8 filtration. And so in looking at options for improving the cleaning of air and the ventilation, we do have another option that's a portable unit that we can plug into each and every classroom and common space. Those portable units were selected after rigorous review internally because of the ampage draw from our electrical loads, less than 1 amp compared to the HEPA alternative of 12 amps. The 12 amp alternative would require hundreds of thousands of dollars in upgrades to our electrical infrastructure. But also the alternative option that the district has looked at includes a pre-filter process that filters particulate matter down to a MERV 13 level, which is 3 microns. There's an additional component to it. It's called photocatalytic oxidation that further reduces the particulate matter in the air down to 0.3 microns, which is about equivalent to HEPA filtration. It is a different process. What it does is it uses a UVC light bulb to interact and essentially burn off the outer proteins of any of the molecules that are able to come through the first set of filters. And then those molecules then that pass through that are less than 0.3 microns are in the air still, but the individual units scrub the air every 10 minutes and continuously scrub that air. So the units that we're proposing would be able to run 24/7, 365. So if you're talking about in a 24-hour period times every 10 minutes, that is a lot of cleaning of the air. Does that answer your question?
It does, and it sounds to me, in short, that what you're proposing, the portable units, are much more, or much. I guess they clean the air much better than what the CDPH is recommending. What the recommendations are. Is that correct?
That is correct. And it's also important to note that we looked for an option that would also clean any wildfire smoke out of the air, because we know that's a growing prevalence. Wildfire smoke, micron particulates are roughly about 2.5 microns. So again, our proposed option would scrub the air down to 0.3 microns.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, thank you to you and your staff for doing the research on that. I appreciate that.
President Ryan, can I interject real quickly? Member Pritchett did ask a question, and I do want to make sure that we are very candid on this. These metrics and this status update on conditions of readiness and what we would propose for reopening, need to be thought of in relation to the collective bargaining process as well. So we of course are in the process and have continued to work with our labor partners around how to start serving our students, if you will, and that is still a process that we still have to go through, of course. So I want to make sure that when Member Pritchett asks, how are we thinking about doing the active screening, temperature screening, and such, those are certainly areas that we would still have to continue to work through the collective bargaining process. And Ms. Flores did mention other ideas that we are pursuing, but again, those are not within our total control. And of course, we will continue to work with labor partners around the collective bargaining process.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Thank you, Nathaniel, for your response. I'm going to make sure that I have my memory serving me correctly. Member Garcia, you were next.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Board Member Pritchett, for all your really good questions. I was able to check off a few of mine, but I did want to go back to the required versus the above and beyond, especially because I did have a question about how does that then go back to the negotiations process, because both of these establish conditions for reopening for all students. So I just want to make sure that we distinguish between which conditions are required by state guidance and local guidance versus the ones that essentially, I would call them they're self-imposed. So I just need to make sure that we get clarity on what gets negotiated versus what doesn't, because right now, I think I don't have that yet.
That's a good question, Member Garcia. Again, for the moment, we will continue on the path of collective bargaining, if you will. But I know that this is an issue and concern on the minds of many of our community members about, when will we have the opportunity to have our students back receiving in-person instruction. So I did want to separate those measures, those metrics that are required by public health order, but also express to our community that we do think that it's appropriate to implement those above and beyond measures. Certainly, those will be discussed within the negotiations process as well. But the purpose of this discussion was to also give the opportunity to our board members to react to your thoughts as we serve our community. How might we take actions above those that are required to continue to demonstrate our commitment to providing a safe and healthy environment to our staff and to our students, of course. Again, the key piece here is that those above and beyond measures are things that we have control and impact over. And we do think that it is incumbent upon us to put those measures in place so that we can demonstrate our commitment to go beyond what is required of public health orders as well.
Thank you. I think that's important. And I think, you know, I'm glad that this is an informational item, because I wasn't sort of prepared to take action. It's just a very, I think, comprehensive update, and there are just a lot of questions before us. And I'm glad to hear that many of these metrics were developed with experts in health, in public health, you know, for our partners from UC Davis and UC San Francisco, because I think that's important for our community to hear, right? We're just not making up these sort of standards or metrics to establish the conditions to reopen schools for all. I did have a couple more questions. One is, I think, just to get clarity on the requirement to wear masks for all grades, we're talking about TK, including TK to second grade, right? Because the state guidance requires third grade and above. So it's including TK, kinder, first and second graders. I'd like to hear more, maybe not at this particular, maybe now, but if you need to get more information, that'd be great. Just to understand more about the research that you've done, maybe talking with experts in terms of, I understand wholeheartedly why masks are important. They're critical in stopping the spread of COVID, but I'm just wondering how well they're used with, you know, 4 and 5, 6, 7-year-olds. So if you can talk a little bit about that, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Yeah. You know, the recommendation is really anyone 2 and above wear a face covering. And what we've learned, you know, our childcare partners have stayed open this whole entire time, serving, you know, essential worker families. And what we've learned is that when you teach particularly young children an important public health measure, and you teach them how to correctly do it, they really thrive. Right? They actually do it a lot better than most adults. One of the real key things, though, that we've learned even in our learning hubs that I think you're kind of thinking of and pointing are mask breaks. You've got to give people an opportunity to take. When you see students fidgeting or pulling, you know, we really don't want them touching the front. We have protocols in place where they can go outside, request that break, take their mask off, put it somewhere safely, take that deep breath, right? But the science is really sound, and I'd be happy to share. You know, we can even send, you know, a board communication or whatever you would like, around how it really does cut down on that transmission if and when someone is during an infectious period. What we know is that 2 days before you become symptomatic, you're infectious, but you feel fine and you don't know. Right? Particularly if you don't know where you've been exposed. And that's where the mask, coupled with that physical distancing and hand washing, really helps make sure no one else contracts COVID in that space.
So I think 2 questions that come to mind, and I guess this would be the case for all other grade students in all other grades as well, is for the students who cannot wear a mask for medical reason or whatnot. And then also for a parent who's not comfortable for whatever reason for their child that young to wear a mask, what options will they have in terms of, will they be forced to just do distance learning, or so I'm just wondering, sort of, I just have those questions. I don't know if you have answers, but I just, at some point, I would like to hear sort of, you know, thoughts about how we would address those situations.
Yeah, and our current return to health plan does outline, you know, people who have valid medical reasons for not being able to wear a mask. We talk about, you know, can they wear a face shield with a cloth drape just to capture those aerosolized units. We have students right now actually in our learning hubs with sensory issues who really struggled initially to keep a face mask on. And so it was a real concerted effort between home and school and reinforcement and mask breaks. And those students are actually becoming really successful with it. But you've got to work with each individual situation. And in those instances where there's medical issues, we would really want to work with that medical provider. Sometimes we need to ask ourselves, is it safe for those students to physically be present. The current public health order says if a student refuses to wear a face mask, we are required to offer them distance learning. The way we wrote it is we're going to take every measure we can to try to mitigate and figure out how can we successfully bridge this. And I would say we've learned a lot with that Learning Hub situation. We'll continue to learn more, but you've got to come at this with compassion and heart and listening and understanding each unique situation.
Thank you. And then just a couple more questions. The metrics to me imply that there's sort of an evaluation process, sort of like a feedback loop, right? So I'm just wondering what that looks like. And then my other question would be, what is the outreach to the public, to our families look like in terms of these proposed metrics? How are we gathering community input? I know we talked about possibly a community forum or something. I'm wondering if at that particular point in time or at a different point in time. So I'm sorry to couple those two questions.
Well, I'll answer, starting with the last one, Member Garcia. This is why I kind of, when we think of dashboards, we typically think of metrics. And I suggested that that I would like the board to think of them as sort of conditions of readiness measures that we're taking to prepare us and get us ready for reopening. Most of the metrics that you saw there, because they are largely within our sphere of impact and control, if you will, are either going to be, we haven't started them, they're in progress, or they're done. We can certainly come back to you for those that are in progress and figure out an effective way in which we might be able to say that, we're 3/4 done or whatever. But we do think because of our return to health and return to learn plan, and again, primarily because these are all within our sphere of impact and control, we have high confidence that we would be able to meet and actualize those conditions of readiness, if you will. One point of discussion for the board, of course, is what might be additional conditions of readiness that we would want to separate, new proposed ones from those that are within our sphere of control and impact, and those that aren't, if you will. So we don't feel as comfortable bringing to you conditions of readiness that we don't have control over, because we would then not be able to have as much control or impact for reopening, if you will. And then the last thing that I'll mention too is we're trying to strike a balance as best we can so that we're not left with conditions or measures that would keep us from reopening ever, or in a reasonable time, if you will, which is why we wanted to make sure that we brought to you a set of conditions, if you will, that we feel confident that we can implement, because we know that our students, many of our students are really struggling, and they do need in-person supports, if you will. So we could certainly think about organizing a town hall, if you will, for additional feedback. But I would want to make sure that that we keep in mind how to strike that balance, if you will, between things that we would want to continue to demonstrate to our community that are above and beyond those requirements, but also those that we could control. And those that would put us in a position where we could bring back our students and serve them in person.
And I just wanted to just close with, because I just remember that Board Member Minnick mentioned that these, right now we're talking about the conditions to reopen, not necessarily a time to reopen. But I think it's really important that we start talking about a timeline. Our families need to know. They're asking, when are we going back? I think our kids have been in school long enough for us to see that many of them are struggling, right? And so I just think that we need to figure out we need to give ourselves a timeline. We need to communicate with our families. This is what we're looking. This is the conditions that are being considered, that are required, that are above and beyond, to ensure that we provide a safe environment for our students, for staff, for teachers, for everyone. But at the same time, we need to figure out when we're coming back. I know that other districts throughout the state even some neighboring districts are talking about returning to in-person learning in a blended environment in the next few weeks. Others right before the holidays in December, and others well after January, so that they can give themselves that breathing room in case there's a spike after the holidays. So we need to figure out what we're considering for Sac City Unified, coupled with all of these conditions that are being worked on. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Garcia. The point about an actionable timeline, or a timeline to provide some sense of direction to the community, I think is an important one, and one that I was going to also ask for. I do want to remind everyone that we're actually over an hour behind. This is a critical conversation. We didn't limit it to 2 questions per item, as we often do, because of how vital providing good time and deep conversation was for this item. But if we can please be cognizant of keeping our remaining marks brief. I think we're still waiting for Board Member Vang. We're going to skip to Board Member Morawski since Board Member Vang is off camera right now.
Okay, thank you. I will do my best. So this is an issue that, obviously, I think we've all thought a lot about. I've read a tremendous amount about. At first, just want to really appreciate all of the work that has gone into creating this set of metrics to and actually implementing many of them with respect to learning hubs. I have a number of different thoughts. So I've been thinking about this in terms of like what we know and what we don't know, and the fact that we have to move forward and make decisions in the face of uncertainty. And so I want us to think a little bit about not just reopening, but about why our schools are closed right now and what that means. I think we closed schools in an environment where there were a lot of unknowns. There was a lot of uncertainty around the risk. It was the beginning of a pandemic, and we're in a very different environment now. We do know a lot more now. I think we know that our schools being closed harm children, some children more than others. I think we can see our families are struggling. We know that COVID-19 affects different people differently. Children do not seem to be at high risk for severe outcomes. Older adults and adults with certain chronic conditions seem to be at very high risk for bad outcomes. And I think we're not overthinking this, because a number of normal features of schools are risk factors for COVID-19. Indoors, large number of people from different households, extended period of time through days, close physical proximity, eating and drinking, all of those things play into COVID-19 risk factors. So I think that all of the metrics that have been laid out, the required ones and the additional metrics, are really in keeping with best practices in addressing all of those items. So I just really want to give kudos to the staff for that. I also really appreciate the point, and I would hammer this home too, about there being 2 ways to lower the risk of COVID-19 transmission at school, and that's by keeping people out of the school who have COVID-19, right? Being able to identify them through health screenings. or being able to use testing and surveillance testing to identify asymptomatic. So that's on the one hand. The other piece of that being just reducing COVID-19 prevalence in the community, right? So all of those things to reduce COVID-19 in our schools. And then on the other hand, implementing the public health measures to keep the risk low if someone with COVID-19 does show up in a school community. So I appreciate that framing. I think it's really powerful that we have to think about, how we do all of those things. And I don't know if my fellow board members have heard about the Swiss cheese model of disease prevention I've seen this offered for COVID. So it's this idea that you have a number of different slices of Swiss cheese, all stacked up together, and and there's all the different prevention interventions that you take. And I think we need to think about this as we can do 10, we can do 12, we can do, and all of them are additive to each other. And so I don't think there's no, one silver bullet. There's like the foundational things like masking and all of that. But I think a lot of these things we need to think about, continuous improvement and how can we mitigate and how can we minimize. But we're never going to get to a place where the transmission risk is totally eliminated. And I appreciate you calling this out too, Victoria. I believe it was that, safety doesn't mean that there's an elimination of COVID-19 risk. I mean, I don't know when, until. So a vaccine, we've been talking about that. I've been trying to follow that closely. That will significantly decrease, not eliminate, the risk of COVID-19. And that may not even be something that's in play until next academic year, maybe even well into next academic year. Hopefully that's not the case, but that's not a viable scenario for us to wait for. And we know that our state and local officials are not saying that schools should be closed at this time for public health concerns. On the other hand, we don't know some of the long-term consequences of COVID-19. We don't know some of the long-term consequences of the academic, social, emotional, developmental disruption our children are going through now. We don't know how long a vaccine will take. We don't know, if we will have, it doesn't seem all that likely that we will have significant additional resources to catch our children up to support all the remediation that we need to do. So I think we also need to think about that in terms of the urgency of getting our children back into school. So as far as the staff presentation, I really appreciate the videos and the photographs. I mean, I really think it gives our community, it gives me a sense of, all the different components that have gone into it. I know how hard our staff work. It was great to see the ventilation and the reprogramming. I know how much they care about maintaining a safe environment. So just really commend that. With respect to kind of negotiations and what the role is there, ensuring health and safety for workers is kind of a bedrock fundamental right and reason labor unions exist, right? And I think, so that's something that we obviously need to do. And we're also talking about serving children. So I think we all, collectively need to think about our moral obligation to, as a society, to figure out how to do that within the bounds of what is supported by evidence, what is viable. There's lots of different paths to get to the same mitigation goals. So I think this is the time that we have to collaborate around, how we get there, because we need to get there. It's a legitimately hard problem. I don't think we can pretend away that this is an ethical and political judgment about how we weigh the risks and benefits of educating children through COVID-19, through a pandemic. We are balancing risks and benefits two different groups: children, parents, teachers, staff, public. So, I think the more explicit we can be about that, I think the better. We need to, be transparent about what's at stake and what the risks are and what the benefits are. I am certainly really supportive of masks for all. I think that's a very smart choice, and I wouldn't be surprised if eventually the state guidance catches up with that. I think that it's supported. On ventilation as well, I commend the staff for going beyond the state guidance for that, because I think that wasn't really updated after it was widely accepted that aerosols were a significant risk of transmission. The district transparency on reporting, I think, is really key. I think that should also be done at the state level in terms of reporting COVID-19 infections at school sites. And just, I guess, two more comments. I do agree on the idea that we need to look at a timeline. We need to think about where we're at in terms of, we are in red, maybe heading rapidly to purple in Sacramento County. So I think we do need to look at that. If we head into purple, are we planning to submit a waiver for elementary schools to reopen? I'm very interested in hearing more about kind of our readiness in terms of some of the other things, the non-health and safety related things like staffing and instructional models. Are we ready to support, if a third of our families want to stay home, what does that look like, and how do we support that? And so I'd like to talk more about readiness from that perspective as well. And then finally, I've been very interested in the idea of rapid on-site COVID-19 testing, and wanted to ask, and again, I think we need to look at all of these things in terms of mitigation, minimizing risk, mitigating risk. Every step we can take gets us a little bit better, right? But I don't think any single thing should be held up as a roadblock to doing, all of the other things that we can and getting back to school. So just, I want to clarify the context, but I am very interested. I think, if we can really minimize the number of potential, COVID-19 infections coming into the school through this surveillance testing, I think that could be really powerful. I know there's pros and cons. So I wanted to ask whether, how much work has been done in thinking about that, and how can we as board members, or I'm definitely interested, how can we help support moving forward on that?
Thank you, Member Morawski, and we'll allow a response to that question, and then we'll conclude with Member Vang.
Yeah, I'll keep this brief. So Sac County Public Health, we work very closely with them. We speak with them. Sometimes it feels like daily. And they are getting a rapid COVID test for all schools in our county. It's a test called Binex Now, but it's a very specific use. It's for individuals who are symptomatic. That's when it's most efficacious. So it's not used for routine surveillance testing. We are working with them to submit a waiver to be a CLIA certified lab, where we could take those tests, process them ourselves. Results come back in about 15 to 20 minutes. So lots more to learn and come, but they have been sharing this information with us. They've done this with the skilled nursing facilities in our areas. So that's how we were able to target those outbreaks. And we will do everything we can to build that capacity.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. And any more preparation we need to think through in terms of, I can't think of the word, confirmation that tests can be given or anything like that. I think that's going to be a really powerful addition. So again, I just appreciate all the work. It's a lot to think about, and glad this is going to be back for adoption next time. Thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Vang.
Thanks, President Ryan. I'll keep this short because I know we're over. I think my fellow colleagues, mentioned, I think some of the comments and some of the questions were very similar, so I'll just keep this short. I just want to thank you and Superintendent and also Renee and Nikki for their comments. And I appreciate that we're moving this item to discussion so that there could be a more thorough conversation regarding the metrics. And then I also want to take this time to just thank staff, Vincent and Victoria Flores, for your incredible work, working closely with the Department of Public Health. I think all of us know, Member Morowski, said it best when it's really about, making sure that we find a balance, right? Because we know that our schools are critical places for our students to learn, right? And at the same time, safety is a priority. So how do we ensure that, we're not spreading the virus, right? And so I think my takeaway from this presentation is that, the metrics that were proposed tonight is really to minimize the harm and to maximize the learning benefits for our students, right? And it's about finding that balance. And so I really appreciate the proposed metrics that were shared. And I think Superintendent, you mentioning that this is really about creating the condition for readiness, right? So folks, because that's what we need to do, right? If we want to talk about opening, we have to make sure that we create those conditions. But I do believe that I think if we are implementing mitigation strategies that has been proven, right, to minimize that harm, I do believe that we can begin to open our schools in a way that's safe so that, our students can learn while reducing the risk of COVID. And so it is about that balance in particular. I think for me, just, as a school board member, as someone in this community, it is about hitting finding the balance. But at the end of the day, I still feel like, in our decision-making process of opening school, we got to make sure we center it on our local data, indicating the level of viral activity in the surrounding community, right? And so we got to base it on that. As much as if we want to open or not, we really just have to continue to work with the Department of Public Health for that. I've, read some of some of the schools that's open across the nation, and some schools have come up with like grade level target recommendations for in-person instruction. And maybe this is something that, the county is SCOE and also the Department of Public Health is looking at. But I would be also interested to know, in addition to, the conditions of readiness, is also figuring out kind of what our current grade level target would be, right? Based on the cases in our surrounding community. I think that's something important to look at. And I don't know if that's something that, we mentioned possibly having researchers look into this, but I think that's really important. I'm also just still really concerned because I think Vincent shared the pros and cons of opening in red as well. And I think Member Morowski mentioned that we could be heading purple, right? But I think it is still a concern to me. I think we need to also weigh the pros and cons. And so this is, I know it's a really, I think as board members, we are thinking about, making sure that we educate our student and that we don't have any learning loss. And at the same time, we're also trying to protect our students and families, right? And that's what we're up against right now. But I really do say that, I think for us to trust the science and let the expert lead on this. And so I really appreciate Victoria for working closely with the Department of Public Health. And I also appreciate hearing that we're working with, UC Davis and other experts as well. And so I just want to say thank you to staff for their hard work. And this is really tough, but I do think that it's important for us to also make sure that we even hold a public forum. I think Member Garcia shared it earlier as well. I think, we have really knowledgeable public health folks in our community that can also share as well what their thoughts are on the metrics. And so, again, I'll just keep this short, but I just want to say thank you to staff for your incredible work. And I think the work ahead is going to be hard, but I think we can do this as a team. So.
Thank you, Member Vang. So as we wrap up this item, I want to again echo the sentiments of my colleagues that we are extremely grateful for all of the effort of our team. One of the slides that was shown was of the plexiglass stations that have been set up and are a basis for the learning hubs and the assessments that we are hoping will take place for special education. And I know that we've had some of our staff working 14-hour days to put those in place at all of our school sites. I do want to, because I think so many important points were made and questions that I thought needed to be asked. So I won't reemphasize those, but I do want to just close on this one item, which is, as we talk about a plan for reopening our schools and a date for reopening our schools, we have to realize that the most vulnerable of our students among us are suffering today. I cannot tell you how many parents have talked to me over the last few weeks and told me, and I quote, "I cry every day because I'm unable to support my child in their online learning. I'm not a teacher, but I want my kid to do well." And we have to recognize that our learning hubs are only serving a lucky few. So as we look for a perfect proposal to mitigate, to contain, we are literally grappling with students who are experiencing trauma in their home. They're experiencing an inability to access key supports in a school community that for some is their reason for getting up every morning. And learning loss might even be the least of the challenges that they're encountering. And so as we look towards this more robust and safe reopening plan, I would urge the superintendent, the board, our staff to figure out what we can do within the confines of our legal and moral imperative to serve more of the vulnerable students who don't have options, who don't have the privilege of a tutor, who don't have the privilege of a learning pod, who don't have any of the additional supports that so many of our fortunate few experience in this district. And that is what should be keeping us up at night as we try and develop a comprehensive plan.
Thank you, President Ryan, and certainly we will come back to that central point. I think you're exactly right about the learning hubs. We have 7 at the moment with 40 students, 280 students. We have over 40,000 students in Sac City Unified, so it gives you a sense of how many students we're serving. We didn't do it strategically for the reason, but you heard from our stellar student, the impact of those learning hubs. Even if we continue to expand those learning hubs, it would still not serve the necessary number of students that right now are suffering the greatest, given the hardships that have come with this unprecedented pandemic. And finally, I think that it's important to recognize, and I do want to do this publicly, all of the community-based organizations that have come forward and leaned in to serve our students through this supplemental support through these learning hubs. It's ironic in some ways in that these are community-based organizations that used to work with our students after school hours, and they're of course doing it during the day. And so I do want to just express my appreciation for their adaptability in doing everything that they could with this model that we wanted to pursue here in Sac City Unified. So thank you for that board discussion. We've taken notes, and we will come back, of course, for some type of adoption of these conditions of readiness for reopening.
Thank you again to the team. I know that this was a longer conversation than it was anticipated, but clearly an important one. We're moving on to the next item, item 9.0, public hearing of intention. Oops, sorry, I just lost the item. Public hearing.
I think we have public comment, don't we?
Oh,
Resolution number 3173.
We already took public comment on this item.
Sorry.
No,
Yes.
regular public comment.
Regular public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have 5 live comments and 4 written. And the first live commenter is Rich Vasquez. Mr. Vasquez, are you there?
And while we queue up for the regular public comment, this is item 8.0, public comment on non-agendized items. Will allow up to 2 minutes per public commenter on items, unless we have individuals who are combining their public comments for a total of 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Rich,
Hello?
we can hear you.
Again, Rich Vasquez, parent at Hiram Johnson, a student at West Campus. Again, thank you for the opportunity. Again, thank you for that discussion just previously. Again, this isn't a sob story. I'll just tell you my reality. 11 people in one household. a toddler, a newborn, a toddler, first grade, second grader, 10th grader, 12th grader. And, you know, there's all types of stuff going on daily. I mean, how do you want my kids how do you want kids to focus and all that? So it's really, again, it's beating me up. We need to find a hybrid solution or something. Again, being inside, yeah, we won't have the teachers, but at least they're in a space where they can focus and concentrate. Because again, looking at my kids and when they see all this stuff going on in the house, that, you know, what can we do? We can't do nothing. So again, I appreciate that. Let's keep moving on that because it's big. It's just going to make a difference in our kids' lives. Second thing, I want to talk about Hiram Johnson and School Improvement Grant. We are at the end of it with $2 million left in our school improvement grant. And I want to know how much the school really improved and how much the district really focused on that to help, you know, improvement for our site. We're running out of the money. Again, our goals, last year I talked about the teacher vacancy, our goals. Let me start real quick. Still got a minute. Again, the SIPSA, how important are these SIPSAs? Because again, all this school funding is coming through that. And the goal one for last year was improve 9th grade math by math 1 by C or better. Well, we didn't have teachers. How can we do that? The district is not working with our site. Do we want, I mean, it's plain and obvious. What is the district going to do about this? Again, we got all this money, but we need to hire people. We need to utilize the money correctly. So again, that's one. Even this year, we hired bilingual instructional aides. We have the highest population of English learners. It took you guys 2 months to get the proper process to get through, and one of them said they don't want the job no more. So again, the district is failing us. We're telling you what we need through our SIPSAs. Again, I'm getting frustrated with this SIPSA stuff because to where our site's telling you what we need, but you're not working with us. We can only tell you what we need. You're going to give us the stuff. So how important are these SIPSAs? I feel like I'm wasting my time. Keep putting in us. I've been to 12 already. We need to start working together. Again, I want more support from trustee area 4 and 7 for Hiram Johnson. A lot of those students are funneling into this Hiram Johnson. Why aren't these trustees focused on that? This is the only comprehensive high school in the area. We need more support. We need to quit screwing us. I'm trying to get my kids out of poverty. This is serious stuff. And how are you guys helping that? I give everything. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez. Our next public comment is from Maria Rodriguez.
Good evening again, board. If we were in our regular room, you would see that I'm still working on knitting a scarf. I've got a lot done this evening. I'm here to thank you all, and not just to speak to you, but also to speak to the public, because I want the public to realize how much work you guys are doing and how good of a job you are doing. I've been in this district for 17 years. And when I started becoming an advocate, it was before even Trustee Wu was on the board. So that was a long time ago. And back then I went to a meeting at Lisbon because Lisbon was going to be closed. And I sat behind 2 board members who were chatting among themselves the whole time while people were going up and telling their stories about why they didn't want the school to close. I don't remember who those 2 board members were. It doesn't matter, but they weren't doing their job. I see you guys doing your job all the time. I see you guys working together, even though you may not agree. In the past, I've seen board members, basically use this setting for a political grandstanding, but you guys treat each other with respect, regardless of what goes on in your executive meetings. You do. Superintendent, I super appreciate. I've seen superintendents in the past who use budget problems to manipulate the public to come in, and there's no messing around with you guys. You guys are doing the good work, and I hope the public knows that. When the schools closed, the 7 schools closed that Christina referred to, I used to come to school board meetings and put up a prop of A Tale of Two Cities. It's a book. And I talked about A Tale of Two City schools because that's what's been going on in this school district. Well, you may not know it, but part of the reason I knit is because there's a character in that book named Madame Defarge, and she knits throughout the whole thing and she observes. And I have been observing these 17 years. And I am sad that some of you will not be on this board. In particular, I don't know what's going to happen with the elections, but I particularly want to thank you, President Ryan, because when you speak, I know for a fact you're speaking for those children who don't have an option. Most of our kids have options. They do, but you're speaking for those. And because you speak for those kids, you are a target, and you have been a target. And I want the public to know that you are a servant of these of these children. And if I can, I would love to give you my rainbow scarf that I just finished knitting, because the rainbow represents to me all the different students that you're standing there for. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Maria.
Ms. Rodriguez. Our next public comment is from Sarah Williams Kingsley.
Actually, I think Renee is going to start. Is that okay? Renee Webster Hawkins? We're sharing a public comment.
Oh, is this the longer?
Yep.
The 5?
So
okay, we have
the 5 minutes for the Coalition for Students with Disabilities.
We have 5 community members together: Sarah Williams Kingsley, Angie Sutherland, Angel Garcia, Grace Trujillo, and Renee Webster Hawkins. So it's a total of 10.
Yep. And Renee is going to start.
Dear President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board, everyone sitting on this board or wanting to sit on this board should know that this district has been discriminating against students with disabilities for over 25 years. In 1994, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals told this district that you need to provide a quality education to little Rachel Holland and all other students with disabilities in classrooms alongside their non-disabled peers. However, this district, this board ignored that command. Over the years, this district expanded the number of segregated classrooms for students with disabilities. In 1993, the board and SCTA agreed to Appendix D of the collective bargaining agreement, unlawfully allowing teachers to decide whether or not to serve students with disabilities or participate in developing their educational plan. MOUs between former superintendents and SCTA restricted assessments and anti-bullying programs that would have improved conditions for students with disabilities. This district and the teachers union have repeatedly bargained away students' civil rights. This must end.
We have been cautiously optimistic that under President Ryan and Superintendent Aguilar's leadership, that strategic steps would be taken to reverse this institutionalized discrimination against our most vulnerable students. We've applauded key hires, improvements in curriculum, the launching of a pilot program to provide students with reading disabilities with evidence-based instruction, and the district-wide implementation of skills assessments to monitor student literacy in kindergarten through 3rd grade. The district has embraced the resources provided by the state to begin the construction of a robust multi-tiered system of supports. We especially congratulate the Chief Academic Officer, Christine Beta, for providing district-wide professional development and universal design for learning at the beginning of the pandemic to help all of our teachers engage our scholars in virtual learning. Unfortunately, we are all now bearing witness to how the negotiating process between our district and our teachers union is once again throwing our students with disabilities against the curb.
On October 14th, 7 months after the pandemic began, the district acknowledged that it was failing the child fine responsibilities under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. In the district's in-person assessment proposal to SCTA, the district admitted that you were illegally denying hundreds of children the comprehensive evaluations that they are entitled to under the law to plan and receive their educational services. The district's plan sets a, quote, goal of reducing the backlog of overdue evaluations by 20% each month while keeping abreast of current demand. But this goal is illegal, as every single one of these backlogged cases represents an actual student whose rights to a public education are being denied. Any agreement that enshrines a goal that delays any student's already late evaluation until April 2021 is unacceptable.
As to in-person testing, the district's proposal states that it will follow the Sacramento County Department of Public Health guidelines for pandemic safety to ensure the safety of teachers and students while these in-person assessments are being completed. The details of the district's plan focused on primarily the physical environment and other steps to be taken to conduct a safe in-person assessment. 9 days later, on October 23rd, SCTA responded with its own proposal. It has a different framework. While much of its proposal also discusses the physical environment and other steps for the safety of staff and students, the SCTA shockingly revives the opt-in approach of Appendix D, declaring that staff participation in legally mandated services can be voluntary on the part of staff. SCTA further proposes that because of the challenges serving students with disabilities, quote, each SCTA represented certificated staff whose workload has been increased because of the challenges posed by the pandemic and distance learning will receive an additional 2 hours of pay for each instructional day beginning August 31st, 2020. Let's say that again. SCTA proposed that each staff who works with students with disabilities would get 10 hours of extra pay per week for the length of the pandemic for serving students with disabilities. Imagine if a proposal was made to make it voluntary to serve any other student group, such as based on race, for example. Imagine that they asked for extra money to serve Black and Brown students. That would be unconscionable, but it was put forward in public. Every day that the district and SCTA fail to reach agreement on serving students with disabilities is another day that both parties are complicit in the unlawful denial of education to 7,000 students.
We believe that both proposals are insufficient and actually begin at the wrong place. Both proposals include the misassumption that assessments must be in person to occur at all. On August 15th, 2020, the California Association of School Psychologists published a white paper, which we provided all of you board members in an email. It outlines an array of effective alternatives to traditional in-person evaluations in order to meet the educational needs of students with disabilities during the pandemic. We propose that the district and SCTA begin with these strategies in mind. The CASP guidance emphasizes the fact that in some cases, legally required evaluations and assessments can occur without, quote, testing at all, especially where valid alternative data and information exists. CASP says data collection should encompass all available data sources and not just from tests. This existing data and information can be quantitative or qualitative and can include outside provider reports, such as physician or therapist examinations and diagnoses provided with parent consent, review of educational records, including grades and progress reports, data collected from periodic benchmark assessments and response to evidence-based interventions, notes from classroom teachers' formative assessments, and interviews of parents, care providers, and former teachers. And notably, many publishers of testing instruments have now provided guidance or revised versions of their test batteries so that they can be administered remotely or adapted with valid results.
It bears stating that both federal and state law emphasize that there is no one way to conduct evaluations of students with disabilities. Instead of the discrepancy model of identifying eligible students, which this district uses almost exclusively and which relies heavily on measured data from standardized testing instruments, why doesn't the district use the patterns of strengths and weaknesses, which is described in the California Ed Code and is an equally valid way of identifying students who need special education services? This analytical approach, which can be recorded on Form 11D of the state's IEP template, provides the framework for capturing all available qualitative and quantitative information described in the CASP's guidance. In other words, performing in-person assessments is one option for the district to meet its child find obligation, but certainly not the only one, nor during this pandemic should it be the primary one. And there is no need to reinvent the wheel given the CASP guidance and CDE's Form 11D. It seems that a more productive and collaborative path for the district and SCTA should be grounded in the CASP guidance to examine all available data and information through alternative and valid approaches to minimize the need for in-person assessment and expedite the completion of these evaluations for all kids. This is the kids first approach.
As parents and advocates, we ask that the two parties immediately redesign the basic premise of a, quote, new special education evaluation MOU and agree to a framework that puts students first. Both parties should commit to the following: clear the backlog of overdue assessments for existing and newly referred students with disabilities with urgency. Adopt the CASP guidance to prioritize all valid methodologies of conducting evaluations and assessments so that the health risks are not the primary barrier to meeting students' educational needs. Following the guidance of CASP, the district shall accept and give weight to any available assessments from outside providers that parents can provide to establish the eligibility and interventions for a student with disabilities. The district should prioritize professional development for SETA members and the procurement of testing and intervention materials that have been updated by published remote or virtual delivery. All staff serving students with disabilities should be trained to evaluate a student's eligibility and progress using a pattern of strengths and weaknesses consistent with education code. Performing special education assessments on time should be presumed and mandatory for all staff. Staff who have health concerns for any in-person work should follow an established process, like the reasonable process adopted by Folsom Cordova School District, to seek excusal from that aspect of the work and to reassign the work. In-person assessments should be done at all school sites, subject to CDE and Sacramento County Public Health guidelines. Families shall not have to travel to a school site that is not their home school site for these assessments.
Thank you.
The district shall provide PPE to all staff. I have 20 more seconds. And if there are not enough staff members available to promptly address the backlog and emergency demand for assessments, the district shall hire outside providers and consultants to do the work, and SCTA shall commit to not filing a grievance. So we ask that adults responsible for clearing the barriers to serving our most vulnerable students do so now, utilizing a fresh perspective that prioritizes the pathway to success for our students. Thank you very much. And we remain open and available to discussing these details with any of you who may be interested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The final live public comment is from Terrence Gladney.
And I'm sorry, there is background noise that has been consistently coming up. If those of you who are not speaking can please go on mute.
Good evening. I want to comment because at the board meeting or the virtual board meeting, October 1st, I made a public comment in response to Superintendent Aguilar's superintendent report. And I asked specific direct questions of him, which he offered to respond to me. But he was, if I remember correctly, told by board member Ryan or President Ryan that you guys don't have a precedent of responding to public comment. Prior to the meeting, I didn't know that you guys were going to directly respond to public comment when it was appropriate to you this evening. And not only that, you guys had extensive discussion about a public comment that came from SCTA. And in this public comment, I was going to ask that even if it is not a matter of precedent or policy, I don't have the direct relationship with Superintendent Aguilar that I have had with previous superintendents. So I did appreciate his willingness to answer my questions. But as a community member, I feel that I represent and have voices in the ears of many other people that have the same questions as me. So I was questioning why it would be discouraged to have two-way communication with a member of the community. I just felt that, there, and I guess tonight it was verified that there's some inconsistency in the application of that policy or perceived precedent or lack thereof. In addition to that, I don't know why there is a reference to benchmarking neighboring districts around things such as health and safety, but we didn't apparently use those same benchmarks when we're talking about minimum number of synchronous minutes on Zoom. So again, there's inconsistencies that lead to confusion, and it just feels like a lack of transparency when the information doesn't come back. Regarding the metrics around reopening, if we've learned anything from the restaurant industry, there's a lot more willingness to allow operation and existence in outdoor spaces, but we don't know what our current capacity is for outdoor learning space. If we're talking about equity, a school such as Early Wine has a clearly defined outdoor learning space that could be utilized to circumvent some of the ventilation issues that don't exist outdoors, but we don't know what exists at other school campuses. When I had to do my summer learning program this summer, I had to canvassed the city parks to find out which one had a restroom, and I found out there was only one in my area. We need that sort of data so that our parents can know when they send their kids back to school, there's an equitable amount of outdoor learning spaces that are available, to mitigate some of the risks that we're talking about when we're talking about health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Gladney. We have 4 written public comments. The first is from Amanda Connolly, and she says, "Good evening and thank you. Gavin Newsom's children are safely returning to their school this month and planning to be full-time in person next month at the private school Gavin Newsom sends his kids to. If they can safely return to school, so can we. The only difference between their school and our schools are the SCTA and politics. Our kids need to be back in the classroom yesterday. You all need to make it happen. I've encouraged my cousin who just moved here to avoid the SCUSD area for her daughter's sake at all costs. If private school teachers can safely return, we can too, if it's what we actually want to do." And the next comment is from Alex Reed and says, "Schools need to reopen. My kids are falling behind standards, and so are many others. Other schools are opening up and have been open for some time. We love where we live, but we are looking at moving just to go to school. There needs to be a plan for opening communicated with the parents ASAP. If teachers and some students don't feel safe, they can continue online. If you are low on teachers because of the union, there are many of us who would be happy to help and go into the classroom if you grant us emergency credentials. Please reopen our schools. The kids need real schooling." And Amanda Connolly says, "I'd like to commend the nutrition services staff at Abraham Lincoln Elementary for their speedy and streamlined service. As difficult as it can be with 3 kids during this mess, having a quick lunch delivery helps. For any parents still having difficulty scheduling food services between school and work schedules, check neighboring districts like San Juan because they serve food to any children 18 or younger, just like SUSD. Some of them have twice daily service, so you could even pick it up daily before school starts at some sites." And the last comment is from Shannon Schmidt and says, "Dear valued school board members, it's been a busy and productive couple of weeks here at the California Montessori Project Capitol Campus. While we have been continuing implementing our program using a distance learning model, teachers have also been diligently preparing for and conducting our first trimester parent-teacher conferences via Zoom. These conferences are particularly noteworthy this year as our teachers are introducing our new standards-based report cards to families for the very first time. Over the past 3 years, the CMP network has worked diligently to create curriculum guides that align the California Common Core state standards, Montessori curriculum, and Ready Math curriculum together. To further support this change, CMP made the decision to change our report cards for our 1st through 6th graders to standards-based report cards. As we near the end of our conference week, I'm pleased to share that I'm hearing many positive reports from teachers about the experience of both using and sharing our new report cards. We are grateful for our amazing staff and parent community. We wish you well and appreciate you taking the time to hear our periodic updates. Sincerely, Shannon Smith, Dean of Students at the CMP Capitol Campus." And that's the last public comment.
Thank you, Anne. With no other public comments, we're moving on to our next item, item 9.0. We will be moving directly from 9.0 into 9.1, which will be our discussion tonight. I'm sorry, I've lost my my agenda 3 times this evening.
President Ryan, do you want to
Our
read it?
public hearing on resolution number 3173, resolution of intention to convey public right-of-way easement entitlements to the city of Sacramento at John Cabrillo.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. This public hearing tonight is based on the city of Sacramento seeking permanent easement for public right-of-way at John Cabrillo Elementary for its traffic and pedestrian signal improvement project. The goal of obtaining an easement is to enhance safety at the intersection of Seamus Avenue and Lonsdale Drive by replacing signal poles and upgrading signal equipment. The city desires to acquire an area of approximately 36 square feet for the easement. To initiate the process for an easement, Education Code 17557 signifies that the district has to provide a resolution of its intent to dedicate real property. On the October 15, 2020 Board of Education meeting, the governing board adopted resolution number 3170, which declared the district's intent to convey district property located at 1141 Seamus Avenue, Sacramento, California, 95822 to the city of Sacramento for a public right-of-way easement. The next steps in the process is to hold this public hearing for any public comment regarding the district's intent to grant a public right-of-way easement to the city of Sacramento. After this public hearing, the board will vote on resolution 3173 on consent agenda for the action of granting a public right-of-way easement to the city at John Caprio Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Do we have any public comments on this item?
We have one live comment from Terrence Gladney.
Good evening again. As a member of the John Cabrillo community, and obviously my children, matriculated through there, within my history as PTA president, for multiple terms, and also just and still an active volunteer years after my kids have left, traffic in the area has been a consistent issue. There's nothing scarier than hearing a car screech on Fruit Ridge in front of that school, which happens more times than not. And I've seen my own fair share of accidents. But I did not know that this was in discussion until I read this meeting's agenda. And I don't understand how we're having a public hearing and also a voting on the public consent in the same meeting. It seems sort of disingenuous. As a volunteer and as a community member, we've had cross-stakeholder meetings within the area with other institutions like Sutterville Preschool, the Southland Park Neighborhood Association, where we have proactively on our own, independent of the district, looked at ways to alleviate some of the traffic issues. And there's a high, the way that the city described it at the time was basically Fruit Ridge was designed as a connector between I-5 and 99. So that the speeds that are achieved on that street are probably sometimes upwards of 45, 50 miles per hour in front of the school. But I guess I would like to have a more active level of discussion with stakeholders that are going to be impacted, because it's just not members of the school community that are going to be there. But even still, in this time where parents don't have access to notifications about meetings such as this because they don't have access to the school site, I guess it would be better for me and others in my community to know what are the city's plans and what does that plan look like around the traffic, other than just the fact that they're asking for, an easement into the school site. I guess a more well-defined plan would be, appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Gladney. We don't have other public comments on this item, so we'll go to board member comments and questions. Just clarification, we can weave in public comment questions into board member questions and comments when we are talking about an agendized item, different than responding to a public comment in non-agendized items traditionally on board meeting agendas. Do we have board member comments or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing board member Garcia.
Yeah, if maybe someone can walk us through like the process. I guess given the public comment, I'm wondering, this is not an action item before us, is it? No, it's just a public hearing item. So I'm just wondering, what does that mean? And is this the final step for the board, or do we have subsequent steps? Just trying to figure out what that process looks like.
I can tell you that under the education code that you need to hold a public hearing by the education code. The consent item is to approve the easement so that the city of Sacramento can make the improvements. So that's why you're holding a public hearing, because it's specified by the education code. The approval is on the consent. So it's a two-part process, but you don't need any other separation. You can do it on the same agenda.
Mr. Behrens, can you clarify for us or Mr. Browning? This is coming to us at this moment in time. Why? Because the city has already exhausted their end of the process, including public comment and input. And now we are the last piece via ed code of the hearing process.
I will tell you that the city of Sacramento has a long process in itself and has plans. So what they are asking you is for a very small easement in order to construct those plans. And probably Mr. Browning has been in contact with the city regarding that, but they have their own process. All they're asking for us is an easement. And as you know, an easement is not fee title. It is the right to use it for traffic improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Behrens. Mr. Browning, did you have anything to add?
No, Mr. Behrens pretty much summed it up. The project for the city is called HISP 8, Cycle 8 Traffic and Pedestrian Signal Improvement Project. It has been going on for quite some time. We do not have a part to play in the process of necessarily driving traffic or bringing that conversation to this board meeting setting, other than when the city comes and asks for a 36 square foot easement so they can locate a traffic signal. Then that becomes part of the Board of Education's business prerogative.
Thank you, Mr. Browning, for clarifying that. Do we have other board member comments and questions? Looks like we don't have any board member comments or questions at this time. Do we have a motion?
It's an informational item.
Oh,
yes, the approval will be on the consent agenda, Madam President. So we just move on. Public has had a right to make their comment, and you've had one public comment. So you can move on to communications.
thank you, Mr. Behrens, for clarifying that. Thank you, Mr. Browning, for walking us through the process and the city's role. Item 10.0, communications. Item 10.1, employee organizational reports. We'll begin with SCTA.
Yes, there is a report from SCTA, and it was submitted by David Fisher. And it says, good evening, I'm David Fisher, president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. On Friday, October 9, 2020, SCTA, along with the Natomas Teachers Association and the Twin Rivers United Educators, wrote to the superintendents of Sac City Unified, Natomas Unified, and Twin Rivers Unified, as well as Dave Gordon of the Sacramento County Office of Education, about our concern regarding the safety of students and staff if in-person classes resume before the end of this calendar year. In our letter, the teachers from the 3 school districts expressed the following unified position. Quote, educational equity is tied to health equity. We must ensure that there is COVID-19 health equity in all neighborhoods and places across our county before schools return to in-person instruction. Grave health inequities exist related to COVID-19. A disproportionate number of people of color are getting sick and dying from COVID-19. A simple scan of zip codes across our county shows how the virus has had a devastating impact on low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. Community COVID-19 conditions must be steadily low in all zip codes and with the necessary public health preparedness in place. When some get a head start, it deepens inequity, and the rush to open school doors with high background transmission rates places unsafe pressure on low-income communities and our most under-resourced public schools, unquote. We still have not received a response. We have seen, however, that Superintendent Aguilar joined with the superintendents of 6 other large urban school districts, including Los Angeles and San Diego, in a November 2nd letter to Governor Gavin Newsom. According to EdSource, the signatories stake out the position that in-person instruction will not resume in either a hybrid or more traditional form until January 2021 at the earliest, and yet for some reason our school district won't state that position publicly. Why can't the district clearly communicate its intentions? The letter continues, quote, California has long maintained a set of standards for health, education, and employee practices in schools. This crisis is not a time to lessen standards which could compromise the health and safety of all in the school community, the quality of education being provided to students, or the protections for employees in the workplace, unquote. Unfortunately, the district's position with the other 6 large urban school districts contradict the position it is taking in its recent negotiations with us. Despite our best efforts to obtain information, SCUSD has been neither timely nor transparent in providing information regarding the spread of COVID within SCUSD. The district dragged its feet on providing the number of employees who have tested positive. By our count, at least 7 additional SCUSD employees have tested positive since this board last met on October 15th. The total number of employees who have tested positive since July 1st, 2020 is now at least 27. The district still has not provided the information for employees who tested positive prior to July 1st. We also know that at least 3 employees have died from COVID. And despite the statements from health services that no employee has gotten COVID from an exposure at work, because of the absence of a comprehensive contact tracing system in Sac City, there is no basis to make such a declarative statement. In fact, such non-factually based assertions may actually create a greater risk to health and safety by giving employees in the community a false sense of security. The district has not implemented a comprehensive contact tracing protocol, has given no indication of its ability to provide COVID testing to students and staff, and has provided no detailed information regarding the installation and replacement of school site filtration systems. The district remains unable or unwilling to answer our basic questions on these matters. The superintendent continues to refuse to participate in our negotiations, in contrast to surrounding school districts like Natomas and Twin Rivers. At the same time, the district still has not made the chief business officer available so that we could get answers to our numerous questions about the budget, including a more detailed explanation of the district's 2019 to 2023 million surplus. We also wanted to discuss the district's choice to park $101.3 million in its books and supplies budget, tens of millions that the district will not spend on books and supplies. When the district included the CBO on its bargaining team in June, she was able to clarify a number of matters, including her confirmation of the district's 8-year trend of projecting deficits that in all but 1 year, 2017-18, resulted in surpluses, in some cases massive surpluses. For the record, the deficit in 2017-18 was the result of the disastrous $6 million vacation buyout for top administrators, the increase in the number of administrative staff, and the implementation of a poorly planned and executed summer school program. Additionally, the district's team has not been prepared to bargain. Despite another commitment from the superintendent that the district's team would be responding to the contract proposals that SCTA made on June 9, 2020, the district still has provided no response. No response on our proposal regarding restorative practices. No response on our proposal regarding the implementation of multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS. No response on our proposal on safety for staff in this pandemic. No response to our proposal to recruit and retain language, speech, and hearing specialists, a proposal we made to the district in December 2019. Unfortunately, Superintendent Aguilar is not the only district representative who fails to respond to communications and concerns from 3,000 certificated educators in the district. On October 1, 2020, we wrote to the school board president, Ryan, and the rest of the school board regarding another conflict of interest issue in SUSD. We raised a concern about the apparent conflict of interest with your general counsel, Jerome Behrens. In our letter, we requested that the district submit our concern to review by an outside third party recommended by State Superintendent Tony Thurman. rather than honor our request and provide the assurances to our community that this school board operates in a fully transparent manner without conflict of interest. The matter was referred to the superintendent for a response. Apparently, based on his own legal analysis, he concluded that there was no conflict of interest. It is worth noting that concerns have been raised about Mr. Aguilar's own conflicts of interest, including how he continued to be employed by UC Merced while working as a superintendent here in Sac City, and how Board Member Wu signed a contract between UC Merced and Sac City when Board Member Wu was not authorized to sign contracts on behalf of the district. In sum, we raised concerns about a conflict of interest involving the district's general counsel. The board refers the matter to the superintendent, who provides his legal opinion and declares there is no conflict of interest. To say we are not convinced is an understatement. Finally, at the last meeting, we asked the board to respond to the text message exchange between board member Lisa Morawski and the Sacramento Bee's ethically challenged opinion columnist Marcos Breton, who threatened Ms. Morawski, quote, "The first person to crack on this current board will be featured prominently in my column," unquote. On October 15, we asked the board, first, did Ms. Morawski report to the full board that she had been threatened by Mr. Breton? Second, what are you as an elected body going to do in response to this threat? While we recognize that Mr. Breton is your ally, surely you don't support an opinion writer threatening to use his column as a way to browbeat you and other elected officials to carry out his own political agenda, even if it matches your own. We are awaiting your response. And there are no other reports under 10.1.
Thank you, Anne. So hearing no reports from SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, or UPE, we will move on to item 10.2, the District Advisory Committees. Our first District Advisory Committee report is the Community Advisory Committee.
We have one live comment and two written DLAC reports, and the live comment is from Maria Rodriguez.
And before we go to that live comment, is Maria's comment linked to the Community Advisory Committee? Which committee is it specifically?
It didn't indicate. Maria, can you answer that, please?
I'm speaking on behalf of the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee.
Wonderful. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. This is Maria Rodriguez, once again, representing my esteemed colleagues on the LCAP Parent Advisory Committee, even though technically I'm no longer a parent of an SDU-SD student. The LCAP PAC met virtually on Monday, October 26th. As is often the case, our time together was robust and packed full of work, with rarely enough time to cover all of our thoughts. LCAP SIPSA coordinator Stephen Fong makes sure to capture thoughts, questions, and further discussion points. Stephen makes himself available to us outside of our monthly time by setting up additional smaller group meetings for feedback and work. I am very thankful for Stephen's dedication to our PAC. At the end of our September meeting, most of us were overwhelmed with the task of needing to prioritize the many recommendations we had compiled over the year. Consequently, in our October meeting, which I'm reporting on, we attempted to focus our recommendations on three categories of priorities: those that were most urgent, those that are ready to move forward, and those that have the potential for the highest impact on student outcomes. We discussed a list of important topics, of which I want to highlight the issue of professional development of staff. While our team is focused on specific professional development in areas of racial justice and literacy, trauma-informed practices, and social and emotional learning, I was enlightened to learn about scope and sequence training, of which you have or will hear more about. But regardless of what training becomes incorporated into future budgets, and this is an important point here, we believe that the efforts of such trainings are undermined when some in our district are given the ability to opt out of training. We seek to see a school climate where there is consistency in the level of training and awareness across all school sites. The fact that there are some schools which excel and others which fall behind is not acceptable. Another important point is that we unanimously request is that the LCAP funds, which are targeted for the benefit of unduplicated students, must go to those students. We have seen LCAP funds be used in a way that helps to balance the budget rather than be used as supplemental funds to enhance programs already in need of stable funding. Do not allow these funds to be misdirected. And finally, to reiterate what Renee and Angie have already said, data, data, data. We were reminded by a member of the public that we are tasked with a job. And it is one of our core practices that we make decisions based on data and facts, not just on how we feel. Unfortunately, one of the side effects of COVID is that our trend data has a big asterisk in it now. I know that this period of time will skew how we are able to truthfully evaluate data in the future. I don't know how we will handle this. Perhaps it is a time to start all over, recreate the wheel, or just try to fit a square peg into a circle slot. But I know if there was ever a team that could tackle this, it is my colleagues on the PAC. It is a diverse group of people who are smart, dedicated, and thoughtful. And my final thought is I really want to thank Board Member Pritchett for giving me the opportunity to work on this team by appointing me. Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Maria.
We have two comments from regarding DLAC. And DLAC says, our next DLAC meeting is December 9 at 5:30 on Zoom. We encourage you to attend and invite your area's administrators and DLAC representatives. By now, every school site should have had their first ELAC meetings and nominated or elected their DLAC representatives. We continue to advocate for 2 professional interpreters for each language so that they may relieve each other from spoken interpretation and Zoom chat translation and overcome technology issues should they arise. Additionally, interpreters must be proficient regarding simultaneous features for Zoom prior to our DLAC meeting. Mock interpreters Cruz Guzman and Maria Cervera, as well as Excel interpreters, have demonstrated professionalism and proficiency. Please confirm adequate staffing and resources to ensure linguistic barriers are not perpetuated by SUSD. On December 4, DLAC Council will be meeting with Graciela Garcia Torres from SCOE to ensure preparation for the presentation to DLAC by SCOE on December 9 regarding dissolving DLAC bylaws, roles, and responsibilities of DLAC and roles and responsibilities of ELAC. We originally emailed Superintendent, our 2 board member liaisons, and legal counsel for guidance in September. We received no response. We hope Superintendent and all members of the board will attend both December 4 and December 9 meetings. Additionally, DLAC member Arthur Alleman emailed Superintendent and District Administration regarding the multilingual director hiring process with no reply. Teacher and DLAC member Ramiro Hernandez also emailed board members and District Administration with no reply regarding inequities experienced by long-term English learner students. Finally, at the last school board meeting, DLAC member Teresa Hernandez advocated for linguistic access at DLAC meetings and across the district, while also pleading that superintendent and board members work alongside DLAC. DLAC Council awaits your support and collaboration. We can be reached at dlac@susd.edu. And the last comment is from Leanna Sanchez, and she says, on Tuesday, California Middle School Site Council voted to amend our SPSA to allow for the hiring of a Vietnamese bilingual aide to support a student experiencing linguistic barriers to their education perpetuated throughout SUSD due to inadequate programs and services to support English learner students ranging from newcomer, immigrant, or refugee to long-term English learner to dual designated English learner and special education designations. On October 2nd, my principal and I asked multilingual coordinator Azarel Inguinez to allocate centrally managed funds to support English learner students, particularly immigrant and refugee students. On October 7, when we followed up regarding full-time bilingual aides, Ms. Inunez replied that part-time aides would be more likely and she would provide confirmation in the afternoon. However, an update was not provided until earlier this week when Ms. Inouez informed my principal that these positions would not be funded, with the reason that the funds need to be used to serve a broader range of students. Though immigrant and refugee students have the most protected funding sources of English learners, an already protected class of students, alternative opportunities for support were not provided. What is the protocol for requesting centrally managed funds to support English learner students? What are the services and programs that supplement, not supplant, general education and ELD funded by these protected monies? I ask that Superintendent Aguilar and Board Member Lisa Morawski work with Principal Haley and Human Resources to ensure that the Vietnamese bilingual aid position authorized by School Site Council is swiftly advertised as a vacancy at Cal Middle so that we provide this necessary service. I ask for your advocacy for transparency regarding programs and services to provide a nurturing learning environment and progress towards reclassification, as well as equitable allocation of protected funds for tiered interventions. That's the final comment.
Thank you, Anne. So we have no more reports from our district advisory committees. Item 10.3, actually, do we have a student advisory council report, Board Member Shake?
We do not, President Ryan. Since our SAC is a very civically engaged group of people, they're exhausted from the election, so I had to let them go for a night.
Well, Board Member Shake, we're very grateful for your efforts that you've put into the recent elections. Item 10.3, Superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Ryan, but I will mention, I did get a glance at this month's newsletter from our SAC. And again, I'm very impressed and want to thank our students for taking on that project and doing magnificent work on it. So thank you, Student Board Member Shake. I want to take just a few minutes tonight, board members, to share again and just reiterate as part of my report where we stand in terms of returning students to in-person instruction. You heard about that, the amount of work that has gone into preparing for an eventual reopening as a result of our school closures on March 16th of this year, which seems like so long ago. While we believe that our students are doing the best they can in the current distance learning environment, of course, we know that it does not match the learning that takes place when our students are at school and with their teachers and peers. I see it with my own children at home, and of course, supported by all of the loving and caring adults that we have at each of our school sites and that serve as really a safe haven for so many of our students. As you heard from our presentation earlier, we absolutely want our students to come back to school. And we also want to ensure that we do so in a safe and responsible manner, of course. The health and safety of students, our staff, and our community is our highest priority. It always has been. It's what we said in our Return to Health plan, which was the first plan that we released to our community several months ago, which is also why you heard today that we are committed to going above and beyond when it comes to COVID-19 mitigation measures for our sites and for each of our individual campuses and each of our facilities throughout the district. In fact, you heard that our Return to Health plan goes further than these guidelines issued by the state and by the county. And I think that it's important for our community to know that we plan to not only meet those state and county health requirements, but again, go above and beyond with other measures to ensure that we are taking the highest precautionary steps to protect our students and staff. We, of course, are following. I have interactions with other counterparts across the state. Many of our school districts across the state of California are offering some form of in-person learning or support or assessments. And we have the advantage of hearing the experiences of those districts and making adjustments to our plan, all of our plans as needed to ensure that they are based on the best and current practices that we are hearing and learning from. I think that we're making good progress to meet the benchmarks that we've discussed with the board and with our community so that we can be better prepared to safely welcome our students and staff back to our campuses. I'd like to share again some examples, but I'll leave it up to or leave it for the next board meeting where we hopefully will adopt some of these benchmarks that we described earlier. You heard also about our learning hubs and the fact that they continue to serve our students. We have 7 of those hubs. We're hoping to expand those in the near future to serve our most vulnerable and marginalized students across the district. And speaking of those hubs, over the past 2 weeks, I was able to accompany small groups of individuals consisting of representatives from our district community advisory communities, local and state leaders. I'm grateful that Assemblymember McCarty was able to join us at one of those tours. We had legislative representatives, we had folks from the mayor's office, from the city, our UPE, our Teamsters labor partners, to show them how the learning hubs are operating in our district, serving our students. I will keep our community informed as we look into the possibility of expanding some of these hubs as we work with community-based organizations and determine whether we have the capacity to expand on those efforts. But I just want to end by saying that walking through those hubs and seeing some of our students engaged in their learning, even though it's supplemental support, and excited to be at school with their peers. I was able to interact with many of our staff members, some of whom are coming to our school sites as well to provide distance learning instruction. I'm looking forward to these continued discussions with our board. We will continue to remain committed to the collective bargaining process with our labor partners, of course, as well. We are deeply, deeply committed and hope that we will have an MOU on assessments for students with exceptional needs, for our English language learners, for hearing and vision screening, for athletic conditioning and practices as well, because we know that those are critical for our students and our families. Finally, we know that our students learn best when they're in our classrooms and they're supported by teachers and our wonderful aides and so many other adults at our schools. And of course, we remain committed to continuing our mitigation measures, which you learned about earlier this evening, as we prepare to welcome all of our students back to school at a near future date. Thank you, President Ryan.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 10.4, the President's Report. I'm going to use my time this evening in tonight's President's Report to really speak to the incredible parents and in particular the mothers out there doing the hard work of understanding the budget and recommending radical reform and policy change day in, day out. These individuals easily could step into any of our board seats and have been here over the course of the long haul, calling out inequities, calling out civil rights violations, and demanding that our system and the stakeholders that have the power to control education of our children within our system do better for our children. It was about a year ago that I had the opportunity to participate in the Public Education Leadership Program along 3 of those remarkable parent leaders. Renee Webster Hawkins, as you know, from the LCAP PAC, but also one of the co-founders of the Coalition for Students with Disabilities and longtime advocate with the CAC. Cecile Nunley, who has been a long-standing advocate on behalf of our African American community, but also as part of the LCAP PAC and with an understanding of getting the finances in order necessary to serve our students in the district. And Marco Martinez, a parent in the district who has really had the courage to dig in and have conversations about inequities and pockets of excellence and deserts of despair that exist throughout the district. In the beginning of the Public Education Leadership Program, we had the difficult task of, alongside educators at SUSD, unpacking the root cause of the inequities that we have in our district. And through tears, and I would say some very difficult conversations, we arrived at a conclusion that the reason that Sac City has failed our students for decades is because we have built a system as Deming has said, a system that is produced to get the results that it gets, which is to not serve our students, rather to fail our students because we have historically prioritized the wants of adults over the needs of students. As we unpack that further, what we found is that we have a culture of fear in Sac City, a culture of fear of disrupting the status quo, because disrupting the status quo can result, as one of our educators said, in the perception that you were a change agent and by virtue of being a change agent are forced out of the system. How do we see that manifest? We see that manifest in more than 2 decades of inequities and disruption to the service of the very students that we are elected to represent. Our Black and Brown students are students with disabilities. We have allowed, through our contracts, including our Appendix D, which took years to upend, exclusionary practices and an optional culture whereby many within our system choose whether or not they want to serve the most vulnerable students among us, choose whether or not our disabled students should have access to the same services that their peers would have access to in schools that were well-resourced. Looking at things like our ability to serve our Black students and representing the disproportionality of suspension and expulsions, and saying that to address this disproportionate inequity, the racism that we see in our classrooms and on our school sites, rather than upend the system and dismantle practices, we will discuss the possibility of voting on restorative justice and making that the will of schools that choose to do right by our Black and Brown students. We know that after 5 years of discussing changing the school calendar, we have not, even though we know it would lead to greater opportunity for students to go to community colleges, it would lead to greater opportunity for students to have jobs, but we don't change the school calendar to align with neighboring districts. Therefore, we struggle to make sure that we can fill teaching vacancies because all of the teachers have been already hired by neighboring districts, because we don't have the political courage to change what has been untenable for many years. I could go on and on. We say we care about our disabled students. We say we care about our Black and Brown students. We say we care about lifting student achievement. And yet, when it comes to it, we lack the backbone to take the steps necessary to call out a system that has been built to uphold policies and practices that harm those very student populations. I am proud of the fact that our parents continue to call us out. I am proud of the fact that our parents courageously talk about SCTA's leadership and the role that that plays in obstruction and the inability to meet the needs of our most vulnerable students. And I am proud that our parents demand more from our board members, from our district, and from our staff, because our students are counting on us to have the courage to do what is right. Now, I know that that is not always easy. I know that that makes us a target. But at the end of the day, we can either stand on the sidelines as bystanders and watch our students be harmed, or we can be the upstanders that give courage and truth and voice to what we know has existed in Sac City for decades. And I choose to be that upstander, and I choose to be that because of the parents who are doing the work, putting the hours in, and who will not go away. No matter if the leadership changes, no matter what, they will be here continuing to demand a system that finally does right by the students who have been failed for decades. Item 10.5, our student board member report.
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you for your remarks. Ooh, let's take a deep breath. That was moving. In preparation for today's meeting, I looked back at my notes from our meeting last month, the first October meeting, and I'm a bit disappointed. Member Morawski had brought up Turn Sacramento Orange was a goal for before Halloween. And yet, as Mr. Harris shared earlier tonight, we're not only orange, but rather increasing in cases per 100,000. And I'm disappointed in my peers because I know that there were many SUSD students partying to celebrate Halloween this week with little to no social distancing. And those are the same students who wish for us to come back to in-person learning. So once again, if you want any semblance of normalcy, everyone has to contribute to our county's public health by taking these measures. Wearing a mask might be uncomfortable on your ears. It's just not that hard though. But let's talk more about a return to normal. As I talked to students this week, the common theme was apathy. After 2 months of distance learning in the 2020 to 2021 year, and 5 or so months over Zoom since April, there's too much distance and not enough learning. The redundancy of barely attending class in this format is weighing on students. And some of my peers have told me that they don't know how some of their students or how some of their classmates look like because there are students in their classes who have never turned on camera, let alone unmuted to participate. One student told me how she's never seen one of her teachers' faces. Numerous students have told me how when group work happens in their classes, there's not much productivity. There's just the awkwardness of breakout rooms and no learning. So I think it's upsetting when certain people don't recognize that distance learning will never be a substitute for in-person classes. And I'm really grateful for public comments like Mr. Vasquez, who tells us about his experience at home, illustrating that. To say that we can't return for another 70 days or any other arbitrary delay is unreasonable. As the New York Times puts it, the bulk of evidence now suggests only limited transmission from young children to adults. And a Brown University study of data tells us that there are incredibly low rates of transmissions at schools, particularly those that follow masking and social distancing guidelines, like the extensive ones that Ms. Flores described that occur at our learning hubs now. Those hubs are doing a fantastic job, but as President Ryan and the superintendent have noted at different times in the evening, they're not nearly enough. So while being mindful of health concerns and local health data, I personally have great confidence in the plans that our staff have worked incredibly hard to put together, outlined in the reopening metrics presentation, and I'm excited to move closer away from the nightmares present in our current distance learning so that students can get back to actually learning. Sort of moving away towards another source of anxiety, the ongoing election. As we wait for votes from Philadelphia to within Sacramento, I wanted to thank our SCUSD students who pitched in and served as poll workers, and really all poll workers who worked to help people vote safely in a pandemic. And I also wanted to thank the seniors who were 18 and performed their civic obligation and voted. It's also important to note in the world of education that these events that we're watching collectively will shape a generation of students as we all move forward into a world where civic engagement is incredibly important. As I noted in the latest edition of the Student Advisory Council's newsletter, 25% of Americans can name the 3 branches of government, a third can't name any branches at all, and 10% of Americans think Judge Judy's on the Supreme Court. It's funny, but it's true. And so I hope we can work as a district to create more informed and engaged students within this district. A small element of that is something that I discussed with Member Garcia, which is implementing the state seal for civic engagement as introduced by Assembly Bill 24. So I'm looking forward to working on implementing that this year, but I'm sure there's a lot more we can do to create the next generation of citizens in this country as that becomes more and more important to hear the voices of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Sheikh. And I have to tell you, you've been such an incredible addition to the board. I love hearing your comments and your insightful observations at each of our meetings. They really have made our board meetings better. Our next item is board member sharing and reports. Do we have any board member reports to share? I am going to go back to a full screen view because I'm not seeing everyone right now. You can please raise your hand if any of you board members. Okay, Board Member Minnick.
Thank you, President Ryan. So in following up on Issa's comments about the election, yes, we had an election this week, and one of the races was for this seat right here. Well, not this one here in my house, but to represent Area 4 on the school board. Earlier this year, I made the decision not to run for re-election. And I just want to say how happy I was that two very well qualified folks stepped up to run for this seat. At this point, they're still counting ballots. We don't know the final outcome, but it was a huge relief to me to know that when I stepped down in December, that Area 4 would be well represented no matter what the outcome of the election. So I just wanted to thank the candidates who stepped forward and took a risk and really put themselves out there to represent this this community. And that's Naila Pope Harden and Jamie Vila. They stepped up, put themselves out there, and I am looking forward to supporting whoever ends up taking over for me in December. So I just wanted to thank them for their efforts.
Thank you, Board Member Minnick. Any other comments? Board Member Morawski.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly share that because we had such a robust presentation today, and we're going to come back to talk about reopening metrics, which I think is just such a critical conversation. I do want to know more about what's on the minds of parents and families and students in my area. So I do plan to hold some additional kind of listening sessions to get feedback on, to share more about, what was presented in terms of the reopening metrics and get additional feedback on those prior to next board meeting. Thank you.
Oops. Sorry, thank you, Board Member Morawski. It looks like we don't have any other board member comments or sharing. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next item. Oops. Item 11.0. Sorry, item, 11.0, consent agenda. Do we have a motion and a second? And then we will do a roll call vote.
We'll move.
Second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Member Ryan?
Aye.
Member Pritchett?
Aye.
Member Minnick?
Aye.
Member Morawski?
Aye.
Member Garcia?
Aye.
Member Vang?
Yes.
Member Wu?
Aye.
The motion carries.
Can we have a preferential vote, Madam President?
Thank you,
Board
Mr.
Member
Terrence. My student preferential vote is aye.
Thank you very much, Board Member Shake. Item 12.0, business and financial information reports. 12.1, receive reports. Do we have any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Item 13.0, future board meeting dates and locations. Our next board meeting will be held on November 19th, the following board meeting on December 10th. With that, I want to thank you all for efficient and I would say robust dialogue this evening, given the magnitude of items we covered from the budget to school reopening. Can we take a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Stay safe and sane.
Good luck.